Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2022 CGCSA ENSafrica Legal Seminar. As you know, this is a seminar that enables all of you to tackle legal and regulatory challenges that you may be facing in your day-to-day operations. And the theme for this year is what awaits us in 2023. This is a very important day for all of us, and we had hoped that we'd have a hybrid event with some of you coming to the ENS offices, but we saw that most people prefer to come join us online, and we're happy to host you today. This is a full day where we'll have various speakers from the ENS team taking us through very interesting topics that most of you had put through to us as topics that you'd like for us to address today. After each session, there will be a Q&A where we encourage you to please participate online, asking your questions, and we'll answer your questions as best as we can. So you will not be able to ask questions live, but you have an opportunity to go to the chat box and ask questions, and where we will endeavor to answer all of them. There'll also be a survey at the end of each session, and we encourage you to please participate, giving us answers. And more importantly, the survey seeks to identify areas that you may want us to really fully expand on at a later date, and we will contact you if it's okay to find out how we can provide more information. With that said, welcome to everyone, and please enjoy today, be engaged, and help us just navigate this very interesting day. I will now hand over to our first speakers who will be talking on the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We've got Celia Becker, Andre Erasmus, and Wade Graaf to take us through the next presentation. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Niu. There you go. Sorry, there's a small delay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session this morning on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. My name is Celia Becker. I'm an executive in ENSafrica's Regulatory and Business Intelligence team, and I'm pleased to introduce you to my fellow speakers, both from ENSafrica Johannesburg. Andre Erasmus is an executive in our tax department and a specialist in customs matters. And Wade Graaf is an executive in our competition department who deals with competition matters across the African continent. As Niu said, please feel free to post any questions that you may have during our session in the Q&A box, and we will address those at the end of the session. So we'll start off this session with a brief overview of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, its current status and recent developments, and then discuss in further detail some obstacles to implementation of the agreement and also some competition-related matters. So the agreement was brokered by the African Union in 2018 and is set to become the world's largest free trade zone after the World Trade Organization, covering a market of 1.2 billion people. It brings together the countries of the African Union and 8 regional economic communities, including ECOWAS in West Africa, COMESA in Eastern and Southern Africa, the East African Community, and the South African Development Community of SADC. The main objectives of the agreement are to create a single continental market for goods and services and to harmonize trade regimes and instruments across the continent to promote industrial development and intra-Africa trade. The agreement initially requires member states to remove tariffs from 90% of goods to allow free access to commodities, goods and services across the continent. Further objectives also aim at the free movement of business persons and investments. So the current status of the agreement as at this month is as follows. The agreement has been signed by all African countries with the exception of Eritrea. It entered into force on the 30th of May 2019 when it was ratified by the required minimum number of 22 member states. And as at this month, 44 of the 54 signatories have deposited the instruments of ratification for the agreement, and trading under the agreement has commenced on 1 January 2022. So the agreement includes protocols on 6 different matters. trade in goods, trade in services, dispute settlement, investment, intellectual property rights, and competition policy. Recently, digital trade and women and youth in trade have been added to the negotiating agenda. So phase 1 negotiations cover the trade in goods, trade in services, and dispute settlement. In some further developments, the African Export-Import Bank, a multilateral finance institution mandated to finance and promote intra and extra-African trade, has launched a pan-African payment and settlement system that was adopted by the African Union as the payment and settlement platform to underpin the implementation of the free trade agreement. Also, one of the African Union's main flagship initiatives launched in July this year include a digital platform which aims to accelerate the implementation of the free trade agreement by interconnecting national, regional, and private digital applications. In a recent survey by the Pan-African Private Sector Trade and Investment Committee, they launched a survey earlier this year amongst 800 respondents, mainly CEOs from small and medium-sized enterprises across the continent. Most of these participants expressed positive sentiment regarding the potential of the free trade agreement, but a number of concerns were raised, which we will discuss in a bit more detail later on. Despite the fact that the trading under the free trade agreement already commenced on 1 January 2021, to date, meaningful commercial trade has not really commenced under the agreement. As a result of the slow uptake, on 7 October this year, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement Secretariat launched a facilitated and guided trade initiative in which a small group of member states will initially participate. These countries include Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Mauritius, Egypt, and Cameroon. The objectives of this initiative are to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the agreement, allow commercially meaningful trade under the agreement, and to send a positive message to African economic operators about the agreement. Specific products are included under the initiative, such as ceramic tiles, batteries, horticultural products and flowers, palm oil, tea, rubber, and components for air conditioners. Up to date, Ghana has exported some ceramic tiles in September 2022. Kenya has also exported its first goods in the form of Kenya-made batteries to Ghana in September this year, and Rwanda exported its first coffee products to Ghana under the agreement in this month. So I'd like us now to discuss in more detail the practical implementation of the agreement and some challenges and obstacles faced by countries and companies in implementing the agreement. Andre, if you can join me for some questions.
Sure.
So
good morning. Thank you, Celia.
Thanks, Andre. So maybe to start off, it's my understanding that countries have to domesticate the trade protocols and establish the customs infrastructure and procedures that are required for applying the rules of the free trade agreement, which appears to be quite a complicated process. How much progress have African countries made with these administrative requirements to date?
Yes, Celia, it is obviously quite an administrative process to have all of these protocols implemented through the domestic legislation. Amendments to customs procedures and legislation is required in order to make provision for such a free trade agreement. The schedules to the acts that levy the duties will have to be amended. There must be proper rules of origin introduced, and the processes by which these rules of origin certificates can be verified, etc., must be implemented. So, but fortunately, a large number of the African states are already part of some sort of a free trade area or a preferential trade area in the East, West, and Southern Africa already. So the experience is there, the processes and procedures and the requirements and the issuing of certificates, etc., is already being done for the purposes of the other pieces of legislation and for agreements that we are already parties to. So to convert or to implement or to provide for the Africa Free Trade Agreement from that perspective should not be that burdensome. from an administrative perspective. I think the issue comes more in the actual trade, the nature of the products that needs to be traded between the countries, and the logistics. As we know, there's not a lot of, and we'll go into that maybe a little bit in more detail later as well, you know, rail and road transport from Central Africa to Southern Africa is maybe not up to scratch. Some of these countries are landlocked, so there can't be exports via harbors, which means that products will have to be first taken to another country and from there loaded onto a ship. And then obviously we have the issues of the customs controls in and out of those different countries. So that's more where I would see the administration. I think it would be possible and is already in place.
Thanks, Andre. You make reference to some other free trade agreements that are already existing in different regions on the continent. How do you see the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement interact with or impact on these other free trade agreements?
Yeah, I guess the the question is, what is the future of these free trade agreements? To the extent that the Africa Free Trade Agreement is implemented, to what extent do we still need those other regional trade agreements? I can speak from experience from the SADC perspective. South Africa has been part of the SADC Free Trade Agreement for some time. And as you know, we are also part of the Customs Union, which is older than all of those other agreements. So from a South African perspective and the Customs Union agreement with the Southern African Customs Union countries, that process has been done ongoing for many, many years. And we have quite a bit of experience, and there are a few issues as far as those trade between the South African Customs Union countries are concerned. The customs processes, the systems are interlinked. So the processing of imports and exports and the issuing of import and export documentation is quite simple, quick, and it's easy to transport. And again, the countries are close to each other. The further you get out of the Customs Union, you go into the SADC countries. I haven't seen a lot of trade coming from those countries into South Africa. So it seems as though that the SADC trade agreement in its own hasn't really created the benefits that we expected for our trading partners in the Southern African Union area. And it also depends to a large extent on the nature of the economies in those countries. You know, if it's very largely based on minerals and agriculture, it's either South Africa or some of those other countries being the channel through which the goods are exported to export markets, for example, minerals, or where there's some sort of a beneficiation that takes place in South Africa through smelters or maybe processing and packaging products, agricultural products. And the further north you go, it seems as though there is still some place in the near future and maybe in the long term for those other free trade agreements to remain in place, because that will simplify inter-regional trade in those areas. And they might even supersede the African Free Trade Agreement for some time. So I can't see the benefits of the African Free Trade Agreement coming through very soon.
Okay. So based on what you're saying, have there been any trade under the Free Trade Agreement from South Africa, or is South Africa still currently just trading under these existing agreements?
I think because there's not a lot of trade coming from the countries outside the SADC region, companies or trade between those countries are more done under the SADC agreement than under the African Free Trade Agreement. And I haven't seen a significant increase in trade under the African Free Trade Agreement, but it could possibly be worthwhile to have a look at it. Like you say, it's only been implemented in 2021. So it takes a few years for the markets to develop, for the logistics to become in place. So it's maybe a little bit soon now to look at the statistics and see what benefits on imports and exports it's created. So maybe early next year, one should just look at the statistics again and see what benefits there were for both for South Africa on the export side and for the other trading partners with regards to their exports.
Yeah, and obviously I think the COVID pandemic has also postponed some of the initiatives that were planned to be implemented earlier on. So hopefully there will be some increase in pace, as we continue now.
Yeah. Agreed.
So Andre, another issue that kind of, I think, has come up is the fact that the free trade agreement is expected to result in about $4.8 billion of lost tariff revenues for African nations. So I can imagine that that will definitely have an impact on the way that African countries, especially the ones that will be the losers in this respect, view the free trade agreement. What do you see the impact of this being on the willpower of governments to start trading under the free trade agreement, and some practical issues regarding that?
Yeah. So a lot of the African countries, in my experience, have used, so the purpose of a customs duty is normally to protect your local industry. So if you have a local production industry that requires different levels of protection to make it efficient as compared to imports of the same products into your country, then you will introduce a customs duty. So generally, we know where there is no manufacture of a specific product in that country, the duty rates are normally free. But that has not necessarily been the case in most of the African countries. They have sort of an escalation duty structure, starting at 5, 10, 15%, for example. The more production, further down in the production process the product goes, the higher the rate of duty is. So commodities will have a 5% duty. And fully manufactured products will, for example, have a 15% duty. Now, the reason for that was it is a good revenue generator for the countries. So if you import motor vehicles and the duty rate is 15%, plus you pay another excise duty on that, the value is quite high. So you generate good income from that. That will have to change once the duties, apologies, once the duties are phased out, and there will be a loss in income from those countries on those duties.
Sure. Yeah, I think obviously one of the objectives of the free trade agreement, or the intentions, is that there should be an increase in revenue for these countries, increased corporate income tax and value-added tax, and with resulting from the increased trade and job creation and product diversification and so on. But obviously, it will be a long time, before these type of benefits are actually seen. I think that probably wouldn't be an immediate benefit. I don't know if you agree.
I agree, because the purpose is to have investment to make into those countries in order to benefit from the larger market. So you want investment to come into the country because of the free trade agreement, because it gives you access to a bigger market. That creates jobs, it creates income taxes, etc., etc. So it's not just about opening markets for countries to have a bigger market to trade now, but also to attract investment into their countries and the benefits that goes with it.
No, exactly. I think you touched earlier on the whole kind of issue about countries that have well-developed manufacturing sectors versus those that don't. I think we all know South Africa and Nigeria are two examples of countries that have quite significant manufacturing industries, whereas countries like Malawi and a few others don't. What do you see the impact of this discrepancy almost between the level of development of the industries being, and how will that impact on the agreement and the willingness of different governments to trade under the agreement?
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, you do have a problem if you look at a country that is very reliant on minerals and agriculture and doesn't have a much of industrialized industry in their countries versus those that are more industrialized. But I must say, it also creates some opportunities. If you look, for example, at Kenya and maybe in Nigeria, South Africa has a well-developed motor industry, for example. And we trade well with Europe and even with the US. So it does create an opportunity for those countries as well, to the extent that they can have more investment in the motor industry because they are closer to the EU markets and to the US markets. So there is some benefits in that for them as well.
Sure. So you mentioned earlier, I think there's two main practical issues that are kind of currently obstacles to trade in Africa, either with or without the free trade agreement. And I think one is the customs regulations, the customs procedures that have to be followed by the different countries. Some of them can be quite onerous and time consuming. Have you seen a trend that African countries are kind of trying to change this and and increase the efficiency of border posts and customs points following the implementation of the free trade agreement?
Yeah, South Africa and our trading partners around us have already introduced an integrated system as far as the exchange of information and documentation is concerned. So I think there's a lot that can be learned from that process. That process can be extended to the rest of Africa as well. Pre-clearances, pre-checks maybe in those countries before the goods are exported. But the big challenge would be to get stuff quickly through the border post and have it processes sooner rather than later, and avoid any holdups at your border post, because the infrastructure is not always that good to allow trucks to stand there for many hours before they get processed and then moved through the border. So, so documentation systems will have to be updated to provide for that, definitely.
Sure. And you mentioned the road and rail networks, especially in Central Africa, that's not ideal. Obviously, I think to improve this will take a huge amount of investment and infrastructure development that takes a lot of time as well. Have you seen any developments in that respect that has at least started so far?
We have seen some investment, mostly in getting raw material out of Africa, roads being built, harbors being updated. A lot of that trade is focused on getting the raw materials out to China, for example. But those infrastructure can be used as well, I think, for inter-Africa trade. So if the roads are improved, harbors are improved, railways are improved in order to get trade out of those countries, they can also be used to get trade into those countries. And we can definitely piggyback on that infrastructure to the benefit of other surrounding African countries in order to stimulate trade. Again, the biggest challenge would be to develop a manufacturing industry in the African countries, to get a market in Africa for it, and to get it to the market.
Sure. Yeah, and also quite quickly, especially if it is perishable products like agricultural products and so on. And Andre, do you think one of the reasons for the lack of take up of trading under the free trade agreement may also have to do with a lack of information being available regarding the benefits and the system, how it works? I know the Secretariat has now launched that kind of initiative to try and encourage trade under agreement, but I've read somewhere that apparently until recently about 75% of agribusinesses in Ghana were not even aware of the free trade agreement. Is that a general issue that you see across the continent, that this lack of information and knowledge about the agreement and its potential benefits?
Yeah, I think all trade is based on its businessmen that trade and not necessarily governments. Mm-hmm. So I think it is important for African countries to start trade fairs, trade missions, visits to each other's countries, and try and introduce its economies and its industries to its neighboring countries, because that's where the awareness is and that's where the contacts are made. So yes, you can never have too much marketing as far as benefits from trade agreements are concerned, but also there must be a large interaction between businesses, businessmen and people between the different countries in order to develop the markets and identify it. Mm. And I think a lot can be done to that extent. There's a lot of trade fairs and trade visits to countries outside of Africa, and maybe that should just be increased for the purposes of the Africa Free Trade Agreement as well.
Yeah, and I think with COVID, with traveling being restricted, and a lot of these fairs and stuff couldn't happen. So hopefully there will be we will see an increase in it, and a lot of that intra-Africa as well. I think a lot of African businessmen are keen to trade with countries outside of Africa, but as you say, I think there needs to be a push and some incentives for doing that amongst African countries and companies.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if you take, for example, the flights after South African Airways hasn't decreased its number of flights to the different African countries, for example, from a South African perspective, getting to our African neighbors in Central Africa is not that easy anymore. You have to fly via other countries, and the direct flights and the shorter flights are not there anymore. And I think that does have an effect on trade, because I think trade in Africa is very personal. I don't think people sit in their offices and connect with their business partners in other countries. I think you physically have to go and visit them and see what there is. And that is quite, COVID had that effect. And obviously, if those flights are introduced back, visits between those countries, business visits would be easier. And that will definitely form the basis of increased trade.
Sure.
Because it makes it expensive to try and market your products currently.
Yeah, of course. Andre, do you have any other concerns or potential obstacles that you see for trading across Africa, and particularly under the free trade agreement?
I think we've discussed everything. I think just in summary, it is obviously awareness of what the benefits are there are under the free trade agreement. I think, I do think that regionally, those countries are very well aware of the benefits of a free trade agreement, because they're already part of it to a certain extent. They know how it works. They know what the requirements are, the concepts of rules of origin and certificates of origin, and how to access other markets are not foreign. It's been introduced through those type of agreements already for a long time. The only thing is, I would think, is to attract investment into Africa, into certain markets or certain industries for which there is a need or a demand in Africa. That's the only thing that's going to stimulate inter-Africa trade, is to have the production capacity in South Africa, and also the beneficiation. I mean, we have a lot of resources that are not beneficiated in Africa. And that is South Africa's challenge as well, is to get our natural resources beneficiated in South Africa for the purposes of exports, etc. So I think that's where the challenges lie. And once those markets and industries are developed, then the rest will follow. The systems are there, the processes are there. We just need to start utilizing it.
Sure. Thanks, Andre. That was very interesting. We'll get back to you at the end of the session with some more questions. But maybe, Wade, if we can move over to you to talk a bit about competition and related matters under the free trade agreement.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wade, and welcome. So, Wade, I think maybe to start off, obviously, as I kind of mentioned in the introduction, the free trade agreement envisages a competition protocol to be finalized. Why is it necessary to have one in this context?
Sure. Thanks, Celia. So I suppose to start off with is to kind of remind ourselves that competition policy effectively is concerned with efficient and effective markets operating within nationally and regionally. And it's also there from a consumer perspective, having access to and having the ability to freely select products and services at their desire. And so when firms engage in trade, particularly across borders and which transcend national borders, it's quite important to adopt rules of engagement from a competition perspective to ensure that firms don't engage in any anti-competitive practices or restrictive practices. And so the system, which ultimately is seeking to attract investment and you know, is meant to kind of benefit Africa, should not be negated by anti-competitive practices. And so the drafters obviously did think it was necessary. And so it's just a measure, ultimately ensuring that it doesn't add another layer of bureaucracy to the process. But certainly I do believe that there is a need, and the drafters of the agreement believe so as well. Yep.
Thanks, Wade. My understanding as well is that the competition protocol is dealt with in terms of the phase 2 negotiations, with the phase 1 negotiations focusing on the trade of goods and services. Do you know what the status is of these current negotiations?
Sure, and that's the phase 2 is dealing with IP rights as well, incidentally. And so I understand that phase 2 negotiations have been progressing well, actually. And as recently as last week, Thursday and Friday, there was an extraordinary meeting called to consider the draft protocol on competition policy in particular. So I think we should know the outcome soon. And I think the idea is to have the protocol finalized and negotiations finalized by the end of this year.
Okay. And what role do you foresee the competition protocol playing in terms of doing business across the continent?
Perfect. So I think ultimately it seems there's lots of speculation at the moment, but there's two potential extremes that the competition protocol could find itself going in. On the one extreme, it could, on the one hand, it could say, let's create another regulator or a body which has merger rules, which has prohibitive practice rules, much like existing national and regional regulators, looking to enforce rules on companies trading using the agreement. And this body would, of course, be they're national and they're currently regional. So this would be a continent-wide body enforcing competition rules. On the other extreme, it could be more of a coordination and cooperation body, where it itself does not engage in enforcement of rules, enforcement of merger control, but rather ensures that existing local regulators and existing regional regulators are working well together and dealing with the issues arising. And so it could ensure that existing authorities play a more active role in enforcing competition law. It could also assist those jurisdictions that don't have competition law currently or not very active regimes to build up capacity and ensure that they're enforcing their rules properly. For me, I'm sure that there's no need for another body sitting on top of the national and regional regulators. I mentioned the word bureaucracy. One doesn't want too many layers of approvals required, for example, if one were to engage in a merger. And so I think what we need initially is a few things. One, I think we need to make sure, and this competition protocol should facilitate and assist in that, is to ensure that every country has at least a national competition regime, which then can protect the local economy. We need to make sure that the existing regional regulators that exist today are functioning optimally, and that there's no duplication in their roles, and that they are talking to each other. And then we need to make sure that these regulators, like I said, are talking to each other, especially in large merger control matters and prohibited practice deals that affect the continent. So they should be talking to each other. And ultimately, if there is a body that's formed, it shouldn't be getting involved in the detail unless there's a large merger which affects the continent, or there's a large prohibited practice or a cartel affecting the continent, and it should leave the nitty-gritty for the national and regional regulators for the time being. So it shouldn't bite off too much than it can chew, at least initially. You can also see, I think I did see a draft protocol, some objectives floating around, and you can see some shape starting to form with what they're thinking. I'll just read some of the objectives for you. It's a couple of them are to develop and strengthen African countries' capacity to ensure effective competitive process, defend consumer welfare, and enhance efficiency. And then it's to strengthen the capacity of state parties to deal with anti-competitive business practices. So they are looking at the national regulators, it seems. And then to provide a platform for research, information exchange, capacity building, training, consultation, and cooperation on competition policy in Africa. So I think that's ultimately where I see it going.
Wait, don't you just want to remind us which regional competition authorities are currently present on the continent?
Sure. The main regional competition authority is COMESA at the moment, and COMESA started off started with its merger enforcement. It started off well. It was quiet for a while, and then ultimately it ramped up, and it has started looking at prohibited practices. And it is, as time has gone by, started to engage in a lot more activity across the continent. You have then other regional bodies which are starting off, or you have in early stages, such as the ECOWAS and WAEMU There is a static competition policy ultimately, but there's no enforcement that ultimately happens with that instrument.
Thank you. And what kind of cooperation do you see amongst competition authorities, of different African countries, but maybe also between the individual African countries and these regional bodies that are in existence already?
Sure. We see formal cooperation and informal cooperation in many of our current matters across the continent. And so, for example, you'll have the South African Competition Commission having memorandums of understanding with numerous of its counterparts across the continent. So, for example, it has MOUs with Kenya, Eswatini, Namibia, Egypt, and Mauritius. And so those MOUs would talk about how they go about their cooperation. And so in cross-border mergers, for example, what they'll say is that they'll coordinate their activities and increase the efficiency with which those investigations are done, and resulting in overall transparency in the process. And so what we saw recently, for example, in a South African merger which required approvals across the continent, was, for example, the Namibian and South African competition authorities talking to each other quite regularly, with the result that the conditions imposed in Namibia ultimately mirroring, not exactly, but took very much the form of the South African conditions, because one could obviously tell they've been talking to each other, and ultimately they wanted the same conditions which were imposed in South Africa. And then we saw a bit more informal, where we had a public conference in Botswana for the Botswana Competition Authority in the merger, and you had the Namibians Namibian competition authorities attending that conference. So maybe by invite, maybe they saw the link, but they attended. And so you have that kind of informal cooperation as well, where they become aware of it and ultimately probably discuss these matters. And so you did have when one looks at how that merger played out, the conditions imposed very much mirrored each other to a large extent because of that cooperation. So I think the competition protocol envisaged in terms of the Africa Free Trade Agreement is probably going to increase that significantly, I feel.
Yeah, it's great that there's already cooperation happening. And I think, as Andre also alluded to, these existing arrangements and protocols and practices will just support further cooperation. So that's good news. Yeah.
Agreed.
Do you think the competition protocol will be successful in achieving its objectives and goals based on everything that you've told us up to now?
So it's a very difficult question to answer at this stage. And again, like I say, it's ultimately going to depend on how it's set up and how it's operationalized. I did see an article recently from a leading voice in the competition space, Professor Eleanor Fox. And what she said is this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Africa. If it's done correctly, it can make a real difference in the lives of Africans. And so what she says is if she sees these 5 things as a requirement from a competition protocol in order for it to be successful, she says what it needs to ultimately result in is world-facing leadership with Africa at the table. So she wants Africa to be involved in all conversations happening globally. And then selective enforcement against most of the serious Pan-African restrictive practices. And then leadership in coordinating and cooperating with the national authorities and regional authorities. So it has to play a significant role there. And then lower down, ultimately, in terms of priorities, is the vetting of mergers and the vetting of agreements. So, it shouldn't be spending its time doing those kinds of things, but it should be looking at the bigger picture. So again, without the bureaucracy, if we can ensure that that's ultimately not what comes of this, I certainly think it can assist this process and everything we've been talking about and play a significant role in the process.
Thanks, Wade. Very interesting. So I think we've come to the end of our formal discussion. We've allowed quite a bit of time for questions, but I'm looking at the Q&A box and I don't see any questions. So I don't know if anyone has perhaps a question that they would like to raise. You're welcome to pop it into the Q&A box and we'll respond to that. Maybe while we wait for that, Andre, do you have any maybe final comments or recommendations just regarding the agreement and its implementation, and how all of us can make a difference, to help enhance trade across the continent?
Yeah, Sila, I think just to restate what I've said earlier, Africa is obviously quite a big market with a lot of consumers, a large number of consumers. It is being targeted by other countries and other regions already, from the US, from Europe, and from the East as a potential market. Because to the extent that certain of those markets get saturated, they are looking for alternatives in order to export their products to. But I think what is most important for Africa is, like I said earlier, is beneficiation. We focus a lot on the exportation of raw material and natural resources, but very little gets manufactured in Africa for Africa. And I think that's where the growth lies. So it is important, and we have been struggling with that concept for quite a while now, is how to beneficiate in Africa for Africa, and that would have to be, in my view, would have to be the focus if an intra-Africa trade agreement is to work.
Perfect. No, that makes sense. We just received one question, Andre, while you're with me. Maybe this is one that you can also address. So the question is, what in your view is the role of technology and the harmonization of laws in pursuit of a more inclusive Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement? Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, fortunately, from an international trade perspective, the integration and the harmonization of legislation and rules have been coming for a very long time, from the World Trade Organization to the World Customs Organization. The Kyoto Protocol, for example, on customs, it's a protocol in terms of which all countries that are that subscribe and signatories to the Kyoto Protocol has harmonized their laws. So and from a World Trade Organization perspective, when it comes to free trade agreements, the basis upon which those free trade agreements are implemented and the way that those laws and legislations becomes part of the local laws in the countries has been standardized. So you can have, you will know that if you are entered into a free trade agreement in SADC, for example, the basis upon which the free trade agreement with Africa is drafted and implemented is very much the same. So the concepts and the procedures and the way that international trade is done is harmonized to a large extent. So it's for governments and for seasoned traders on international trade agreements. That's nothing new. It's all just about the logistics. And there could be discrepancies in terms of how that legislation, that standardized legislation, is implemented in countries. And therefore, you need a strong rule of law in your country that follows international precedents, so that you have certainty that if you run into problems in a specific country, you could sort of expect what the outcome would be, to the extent that the laws are harmonized across the different regions.
No, that makes sense. And I think as far as technology goes, I think the Secretariat realizes the importance of e-commerce and using technology to the benefit of the agreement, hence the launch of the digital platform in July this year. But I think obviously there are some issues in many African countries surrounding connectivity, bandwidth, and so on. But I do think it is definitely something that has been realized by the Secretariat and other players, that it is important. I think another benefit is also that Pan-African payment and settlement system that should also kind of contribute to that. I don't know if you have any further thoughts on that, Andre.
Yeah, and like I said, technology and trade over the internet, and that is important. I'm not an expert in that field, so I don't know to what extent the rest of Africa has embraced internet trade. But if you consider latest developments in terms of warehousing, for example, there is a growth in warehousing investments in certain areas, in hubs, in order to facilitate trade. And a lot of those trade is obviously the hubs are there from where the goods can be dispensed to the different regions, but it's all very dependent on the technology that goes with it for managing your stock, etc., etc. And I know that in South Africa, that is a big focus of some of our investors to get the hubs set up and warehousing spacing and the technology around that implemented. And that could potentially be a further potential developments in the rest of Africa to supply into those countries as well, from other South African or the other African countries into those hubs in the east, west, and north of Africa.
Perfect. Wade, have you seen any innovative use of technology in the competition space?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Celia, what we've seen is the Kenyan competition authorities, for example, launched quite a useful tool where you can file your mergers through an online portal. So they've embraced technology quite well, whereas you have some jurisdictions, including South Africa, where you still really have to either email 10 emails or physically deliver your filing. So we have seen authorities embracing technology across the continent. And from a harmonization perspective, fortunately, merger control the rules generally are widespread in terms of and similar, but I do think it is quite crucial from a prohibited practice perspective, because you do have firms not knowing, moving from one jurisdiction to the next, what's required of them, because sometimes there's a prohibited practice that's different from the other one. So I think through this there should be a bit more of a harmonization, just to ensure that there is certainty as well.
Thanks, Wade. We received another question, and Andre, I think this is one for you. It's quite specific, so we won't blame you if you don't have all the details available. But the question is, have all tariff offers been finalized? What happened to the sugar, textiles, and automobiles, and the rules of origin? Have all these been finalized? I don't know if you have any up-to-date information on that, Andre.
I haven't looked at the recent developments, but to the best of my knowledge, as far as the automobiles, sugar and textiles are concerned, it hasn't been fully implemented yet. Those are normally, even when we had the negotiations with South America, the tariffs and the rules of origin that was left until later. So to the best of my knowledge, that hasn't been finalized yet. So we will about 90% would have been finalized, but those are still being finalized. As far as South Africa is concerned, it has, but to the best of my knowledge, the majority of the other partners have not finalized their offers as far as those products are concerned. Because that is also, as far as textiles, sugar for South Africa, and then motor vehicles for South Africa specifically, are normally the most contentious industries.
Sure. I think another question is, what is your take on the effect of the increased localization and indigenization drives in various African countries versus the implementation of the agreement? And I think it comes back a bit to what you spoke about earlier, about countries trying to protect their own industries and markets versus opening it up for trade. What is your view on that?
Yeah, if that is the only way. So as far as the World Trade Organization is concerned, and the rules around free trade agreements, is that it is a requirement that substantially all trade between the trading partners, and when it comes to the agreements, must be free. So you can't be selective in terms of how you implement a free trade agreement. So even though some of the industries, the rules of origin and the tariff proposals haven't been finalized yet, there is a period over which it must be done, and it must be phased in order to be compliant with the World Trade Organization agreements. So eventually all trade between the trading partners must be free. And from that perspective, you can't carry on to have some form of protection to protect your local industry, and that's where non-tariff barriers also becomes important. Things like issuing permits, etc., is very important in that instance. So you could have essentially free trade, but for certain products, for example, you can't obtain a permit for the importation of it. So those type of barriers will also have to be phased out and taken out of the equation. That is one thing. And then obviously the other issue is, for example, if you look like at motor vehicles, for example, if a proper free trade agreement between countries would have to work, you will have to, for example, phase out the importation of used motor vehicles from Japan. So you can't have free trade on motor vehicles included in your free trade agreement, but then allow cheaper second-hand products coming into the country. So all of those type of protective measures will also have to be implemented in order for the free trade agreement to be effective.
Thanks, Andre. I think we've come to near the end of our session. Andre, we made you speak a lot and answer all the difficult questions, but maybe if we can just end off, Wade, any final comments from your side, any recommendations, or how do you foresee the competition space developing over the near future?
Thanks, Celia. I think the major point is just to avoid another layer of bureaucracy, and ultimately, what I'm hopeful that can be avoided with some of what I've seen, and going forward, I think ultimately there just being a lot more cooperation and working together of all the regulators on the continent. And I think if that can be achieved, I think we are on a winning path from my perspective.
Perfect, thank you. Andre, is there anything that you would like to add?
No, I think I've said my say. Nothing more to add.
Thank you both for your valuable inputs. I hope everyone enjoyed the session. So our next session will be on climate change and extended producer responsibilities, and will be hosted by Colin Fratelli Davies and Zinzi Lawrence. Just a reminder that the session will start at 10:15. So there's a short break if you want to go and make yourself a cup of tea or something before you proceed. But other than that, enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks for attending.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Carlin Fratelli Davies, a consultant in our Natural Resources and Environment Department. As you can hear, I'm a little bit sick at the moment, so I'm going to do my presentation and then drop off. If there are any questions related to climate change, please still send them through to the Q&A and possibly put your email address in, and I'll respond later today just via email. If you all don't mind. And so this morning I'm going to be discussing climate change, and I'm wearing my jungle jumpsuit, which is quite apt because climate change obviously impacts the world, and COP27 is going to be taking place from Sunday in Egypt. So we've come a long way from climate change denial to now the world accepting that it is a problem. So I'm going to discuss specifically the climate change bill today and just where that is heading and some of the issues that there are. But I'll start off first with just a brief explanation of climate change, then the bill and some of the features that we focus on. And you'll see that the bill really requires a lot from government. There are items that will have to be published and produced. So it's quite a heavy weight on government. And then I'll discuss offences, penalties, and ancillary issues. Great, next slide, please. Okay, so when we speak about climate change, next slide, please. The bill itself refers to climate change as a change of climate that is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere, and that is in addition to natural climate variability observed over comparable time periods. So I'm sure many of you have seen how we're having terrible weather patterns and floods in Pakistan and various events that I think are just showing more and more that a change needs to take place. And interestingly, how the sort of first world countries are going to have to help third world countries. If we look at the history, I think first world countries have often contributed a lot more to where we are today. And when we look at the United Nations, they refer more to a long-term shift in temperatures and weather patterns, and they compare this from the 1800s. And as I mentioned, most of it has occurred due to fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas. And this also makes it more important, as I'll briefly mention, and I know Mansour and Dalit are discussing later, the just energy transition and how that interlinks with climate change and why we have to make that shift. And then since becoming aware of the issue of climate change, obviously there have been efforts to make greenhouse gas emissions reduce and minimize. And in South Africa, we have quite a few different acts, like the Carbon Tax Act, which then interlink to the climate change bill. So it is very much on South Africa's agenda. And so this bill will codify and will put a lot more plans and strategies into place to assist South Africa in achieving a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. Okay, so, excuse me, sorry for that. So then when we look, as I mentioned, COP27 is happening soon, but because this is such a global imperative, other international treaties and that are important, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and we look at the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement as well. It will be interesting to see what happens now in Egypt next week. And so when we look, as I said, South Africa definitely has many pieces of legislation that support climate change action. And one of our most important aspects is Section 24 of the Constitution, and that's our right to an environment that is not detrimental to our health and well-being. And sustainability is a big part of that, right, as well, in preserving what we have now for future generations. And this also links then to ESG, which we've also spoken about quite often, which is your environment, social governance. And that links back into climate change and just how we're going to change things to ensure that our impacts are lessened. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I'm going to look at the climate change bill, which has not been finalized yet. We've been assisting clients on providing some comments on the bill. It's still not perfect. At the end, I'll just highlight some of the issues that we've seen, and hopefully they will be addressed before the final version is published. Next slide. Okay, so what the bill seeks to do is it places quite a hefty obligation on the state, which I mentioned earlier. And so it's a state that has to set out various plans and programs in order to coordinate and harmonize the policies, plans, and programs so that all decision making really centers around and focuses on climate change and specifically adaptation and mitigation, which I'm going to go into more detail next. And the president is empowered to establish the Presidential Climate Commission. And that commission has actually already been established even before the bill's been processed, and they are used for various aspects. At the moment, they are being used in a discussion with Eskom and third parties about the emissions essentially from a lot of our electricity generation. So it's quite interesting to see that that has already taken place. Next slide. Okay. So as I said, it's very important for government to play a role due to this bill, and it goes from quite a low level all the way up to higher levels. So you'll see that the bill refers to state functionaries, even such as mayors and MECs, so that the decision making and the focus on the necessary mechanisms are focused on at every level of government. And so within 2 years, climate change needs and response assessment has to be provided, and the state functionaries are mandated to develop and implement a climate change response implementation plan. That's the first plan that is required, and again, that's on a lower level with mayors and MECs. And it must be reviewed at least once every 5 years. So at least there is a mechanism to ensure that with changes in the context of South Africa and globally, that can be reviewed and changed, and obviously assessed and changed when necessary. And then, as I mentioned, let's go on to adaptation next. Next slide, please. So adaptation is a really important aspect, and it essentially deals with the changes due to climate change. So the official definition in the bill is any adjustment to the natural or human systems in response to actual or expected climatic stimuli or their effects which moderates harm or exploits beneficial opportunities. So essentially the way weather and impacts even to food security, the way things change due to climate change. And so it's dealt with in Chapter 4 of the bill, and Section 16 also deals with adaptation objectives. Within a year from the bill coming into operation, the minister must determine national adaptation objectives, which will guide the country's adaptation to climate change impacts, sustainable development, and the development of resilience to climate change impacts. Next slide, please. So these objectives will be indicators for measuring progress towards achieving the national adaptation. Oh, sorry, we need indicators to obviously measure how we're achieving those adaptation objectives. And then dates, obviously, so it has to be measurable objectives. So we have to have a final time when those objectives will be achieved. And that will be incorporated into national planning, policies, and programs, which will address the actual potential impacts of climate change. And so more of the plans or programs that will be implemented by government to ensure that these objectives are achieved includes the development and implementation of a national adaptation strategy plan and a sector adaptation strategy plan. And the sector adaptation strategy plan that goes into specific areas. At the moment, in the schedules, they relate to the departments that we have in South Africa. So you'll have mineral resources and agriculture, manufacturing. That type of sector specific plan will be required. And so from the CGCSA's perspective, the members will then slot into those specific sector adaptation strategy plans, and government will obviously deal with how it will filter down to companies, and I don't think so, but potentially individuals. When we look at the National Adaptation Strategy Plan, the NASP, as we call it, it requires climate change adaptation in the country, and it must be managed in a coherent and coordinated manner in accordance with, all other plans must be coordinated with the NASP. And so 2 years from the bill coming into effect, the minister must develop this NASP. And again, there is the power and the ability to review and amend the NASP every 5 years. Next slide, please. And so the purpose of the NASP, when we look at section 18.4 of the bill, is the achievement of a reduction on the vulnerability of society, the economy, and the environment to the effects of climate change, reduction of risks and vulnerabilities to current and future climate change related difficulties, achievement of the national objectives, and a provision of strategic and policy directive for adaptation to the impacts of climate change, and the development of the development and implementation of integrated and coordinated approach to the management of adaptation measures in response to impacts of climate change. And so again, as I keep on mentioning, this involves various organs of state, and where possible or where necessary, non-governmental organizations and the private sector and local communities. So it really is a holistic approach in affecting the whole country to make sure that the national objectives are achieved. And next slide, please. Then when we look at the sector adaptation strategy plan, the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, from an environmental perspective, those are the departments that would have most of an impact. But as I mentioned, there are also other departments, so agriculture, labor, will also have to provide a sector adaptation strategy plan within 1 year from the publication of the NASP. And so in order to provide the assessment as under the Minister's operational control, these assessments will have to identify and map out risks and vulnerabilities of areas, ecosystems and communities that will arise due to the impacts of climate change. So an example would be perhaps where the sea level will be rising. Maybe that will impact areas. I think Cape Town is fine, but when we look to countries like the Maldives, they've already bought property in other areas because there is a real risk that many of the islands in the Maldives will become flooded or underwater due to the rising sea levels. And then the assessment must also determine measures and mechanisms to manage and implement the required adaptation response. Next slide, please. Okay, and section 19.1b of the bill then stipulates that the minister must develop and implement the SASP within 2 years of the publication of the NASP. So they're quite tight timelines for the promulgation or publishing of these plans and programs. And the SASP must be informed by the assessment which is conducted and will serve to implement the measures and mechanisms to manage and implement the required adaptation responses. So just to clarify, the assessment is done in order to inform the SASP, so that it's obviously all of the risks and that are dealt with in the assessment, and then the drafting and the publishment of the SASP is done. And then again, there is the ability to review and amend the SASP every 5 years. Next slide, please. Okay, so then when we look at mitigations, so mitigation is obviously a manner in which to deal with the impacts of climate change, and obviously the adaptation objectives. Next slide, please. So the other mechanisms which are used for mitigation include carbon budgets and penalties for exceedances. So when we look at carbon budgets, and this also then links into the Carbon Tax Act, it refers to an assigned amount of greenhouse gas emissions allocated to a person in terms of Section 5 for direct emissions arising from the operations of that person over a defined time or period. And so Section 24 deals with this in the bill, and mitigation is specifically a human intervention to reduce the sources or enhance the carbon sinks of greenhouse gases. Next slide, please. Okay. So then it's links to activities, and these are activities that emit greenhouse gases, and the minister will obviously indicate which of those activities are likely to cause or exacerbate climate change. And when allocating the carbon budgets, the minister must take into account many different factors. Some of those include socio-economic impacts of imposing the carbon budgets, best practicable environmental options available, and alternatives that can be taken to mitigate the emission of greenhouse gases, and the national strategic priorities. Next slide. And it makes it clear that the carbon budget, if it's exceeded, that person will be subject to higher carbon tax rates on emissions above the carbon budget as provided in the Carbon Tax Act. As you'll see later, we just linked that does provide double taxation or an issue. So we have sent comments on that basis to the bill because it is obviously detrimental if there is a form of double taxation. And then other important features of the carbon budgets include that they have to have a duration of at least three successive 5-year periods, and it must specify a maximum amount of greenhouse gas emissions that may be emitted during the first 5-year period. And the carbon budget must be transferable between parties without any need to obtain regulatory authorization. That obviously just prevents the need for unnecessary administration. Next slide, please. Okay. And then in terms of Section 24(5) of the bill, a person who has been allocated a carbon budget must prepare and submit a greenhouse gas mitigation plan to the minister for approval. And the important content or aspects of greenhouse gas mitigation plans will be legislatively prescribed. The greenhouse gas the greenhouse gas mitigation plan must describe the mitigation measures that the person to whom the carbon budget is allocated proposes to implement in order to remain within the allocated carbon budget and comply with the content requirements of such plans as will be prescribed by the minister. Next slide, please. Okay, so the bill imposes obligations on a person to whom the carbon budget has been allocated, and it includes approved greenhouse gas mitigation plan, evaluating the progress on the allocated carbon budget, and annually reporting on the progress against the allocated carbon budget to the minister. Next slide, please. Okay. Then next, just excuse me a moment. Okay, offences and penalties. Next slide, please. Okay, so the failure to prepare and submit greenhouse gas mitigation plans to the minister will result in an offence and a penalty or a fine not exceeding 5 million, or imprisonment for 5 years, not exceeding 5 years, and on any subsequent convictions, a fine not exceeding 10 million, or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 10 years. And then it's also an offence to emit greenhouse gases in excess of the maximum quantity of emissions, as I mentioned earlier. And this will also result in a higher carbon tax rate on emissions above the carbon budget. So as I mentioned, the penalties and offences are quite hefty, and there's definitely double taxation as well as a double jeopardy, or an instance where you can be liable for more than one offence, which is not ideal. As important as it is to ensure that we reach our climate change objectives, it's obviously against our legal principles to have double taxation, and also instances like here where it will be an offence and then you will also be subject to a fine or a higher tax rate on emissions. Next slide. Okay, so once the bill does become an act of parliament, then one of the other items that we picked up and commented on is that the act overrides other acts. It's been mentioned that it will become, the bill will become a special management act in terms of NEMA, but again, this just raises some issues for the impact on existing authorizations where there's manufacturing and maybe atmospheric emission licenses that are in place. And there it's already been determined what emissions are allowed for a particular facility, including greenhouse gases. Then if the Act imposes other requirements or limits, then it will create quite an issue between the existing authorization and now the Climate Change Act, which overrides something like the National Environmental Management Air Quality Act. So this is an item that we have raised and hopefully will be addressed when it is issued again. And then it's also not clear on how the greenhouse gas emissions that are set in terms of the carbon budgets will be applied to existing authorizations. Sorry, that's what I just mentioned. And then it's not very clear how the just energy transition will also be implemented in terms of the Act, because it would be important to have a holistic view and integration of the NASP and the SASP and the just energy transition. So that's also important to be considered before the final Act is published. And then it's also unclear whether various parties or who fall within more than one scope, well, first whether the carbon budgets will be limited to a scope 1 emission or 2 or 3, and that hasn't been dealt with. Next slide. And another concern that we have identified is that the minister has a significant amount of discretion to draft the regulations for carbon budgets. Usually there are far more thorough parameters for the minister to guide the development of those regulations. So that's a definite gap in the bill at the moment. As I've already mentioned, there are double penalties, and hopefully that will be addressed. And then the last item I wanted to mention is that there's also complexities that, as I mentioned, the different sectors are determined in terms of the existing ministries, and where, for example, a company or an individual falls within more than one sector, it's not clear how that will be dealt with. So, for example, you may fall under manufacturing as well as agriculture, and then it would be difficult to apply with the various requirements under 2 different sectors. Next slide, please. I think that's the end. So thank you very much. Again, please do send questions through and I will reply as soon as I can via email later today. Thank you, everyone. Next, I have Zinzi, and she's going to deal with the extended producer responsibility. Thanks, Zinzi.
Thanks, Cullen. Good morning, everyone. As Cullen mentioned, I am Zinzi Lawrence, and I'm an associate in the Natural Resources and Environment Department at ENS. Before I get into my presentation, I'll just give you an overview of what I'll be discussing. So I'll first just look at the context and background relating to extended producer responsibility. And then I'll then focus on the extended producer responsibility regulations, particularly some of the definitions, and also some of the obligations that are then imposed on producers and also producer responsibility organizations. I'll then also look at the penalties and then just briefly speak about some of the recent developments that we've seen this year. Next slide, please. Okay. So just as a starting point, I thought it would be good to just look at some of the key principles that actually inform extended producer responsibility in South Africa. And one of those is the cradle to grave principle, which is provided for in the National Environmental Management Act, which is the primary environmental legislation in the country. And essentially, that principle states that companies are responsible for the environmental health and safety consequences of a policy, program, project, product, process, service, or activity throughout its life cycle. Another key principle, which is also an accepted international principle, is the polluter pays principle, which essentially provides that the one that has caused the pollution is responsible for paying for the remediation thereof. And then another key thing that is central to extended producer responsibility in South Africa is the statutory duty of care that's provided for in Section 28 of NEMA, which essentially requires that anyone that has caused environmental degradation must take measures to remediate that environmental degradation. And again, when we speak about the environmental duty of care, we must have in mind the fact that if you are found to have breached it, there are administrative fines that can be imposed. There's also imprisonment that may follow following a successful prosecution. There's also issues of director and potential shareholder liability and reputational risk, especially in light of the rise of environmental social governance issues of late. Next slide, please. So extended producer responsibility is regulated by the Waste Act, NEMWA, and it essentially regulates waste and management practices in the country. And the thinking behind extended producer responsibility, particularly in South Africa, is to promote the circular economy. The latest State of Waste report, I think it was published in 2018, actually identified that South Africa still has a challenge in relation to the generation of waste. And, you know, a lot of that waste ends up in landfills. And so extended producer responsibility is meant to assist with the diversion of waste from landfills and to encourage the circular economy. It also is meant to empower, for example, waste recyclers, informal waste recyclers who are still not regulated by any legislation at this point in time. So just to get back to the definition of extended producer responsibility under the Waste Act, it's defined as measures that extend a person's financial or physical responsibility for a product to the post-consumer stage of the product. And you see from this definition that they really just want to encourage producers to think about the design of their products, their recyclability, and what happens to these products post the consumer stage. I think you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So again, just continuing on the regulatory framework, Section 18 of NEMWA, as read with Section 69, provides for the Minister of Environment, following consultation with the Minister of Trade and Industry, to publish a list of products to which extended producer responsibility applies, and to specify measures that must be taken in relation to those products, and to identify persons or category of persons to which who must then undertake those extended producer responsibility obligations, which I will also deal with later. And again, just continuing on the regulatory framework. So the extended producer responsibility regulations were published 5 November 2020. because of some of the interpretation issues that have come up and the concerns that industry stakeholders have raised, they were since then amended from on the 15th of January 2021 and the 5th of May 2021. But again, we must just remember that this was a long process, and it didn't just start in 2020. The engagements and consultations date back to 2010, when industry started in conversation with the minister regarding how they regulate extended producer responsibility. And so along with the framework that provides for this, there were specific sector notices that were published on the 5th of November. And this includes the sector notices for electrical and electronic equipment. There's also the sector notice for the packaging and some single-use products. And then there was also a key thing that came out on the 6th of October 2021 was the draft packaging guideline. I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so I'm just going to speak to some of the key definitions in relation to the extended producer responsibility regulations. And the first one is the definition of brand owner, and it means a person, category of persons, or company who makes and or sells any identified product under a brand label. And then again, I think I've already defined this, so I'll then just move to identified products, which means products that are identified in terms of Section 18(1)(a) of the Act and published by the Minister. Then there's also a key definition of importer, which means a person or category of persons who bring identified products or items that contain identified products into the country from abroad, and including but not limited to the one that first places them into the market for sale. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, and then there is this definition of producer, and it means any person or category of persons, including a brand owner, who is engaged in the commercial manufacture, conversion, refurbishment, or import of new or used identified products as identified by the Minister by notice in terms of Section 18(1) of the Act. And a producer includes, where relevant, the same as identified in the specific Section 18 notice for each of the identified products. So this definition is very wide, and we've had clients that come to us asking whether these extended producer responsibility regulations apply to them. And one of the first things you need to look at is the definition, and then also the products as well. But the definition is very wide, and so there's a big number of players that are then caught by this definition. And then another key definition would be the definition of producer responsibility organization, which means a not-for-profit organization established by producers or any person operating in any of the industrial sectors covered in the notices published in terms of the Act to support the implementation of the extended producer responsibility scheme, and may represent either individual or collective producers. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so how do we then determine if the extended producer responsibility regulations apply? So you would then, in terms of the regulations, they state that they apply to the identified products in terms of Section 18(1)(a) of the Act, and to the producers of those identified products. Number two, again, the identified products in terms of Section 18(1)(a) of the Act, and to the producers of those identified products which were placed on the market prior to the regulations coming into effect. And this is one of the provisions that some people took issue with, because it provides for the retrospective application of the regulations. And then again, the regulations state that they do not apply to the identified products in terms of Section 18(1)(a) of the Act, and to the producers of those identified products, to that portion which is exported only, or that produce the identified products for export. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so there's a number of obligations, and one of them being the registration by producers. So the regulations provided that at the time that they came into effect, all existing producers of the identified product must register with the department within 6 months, and that would have been the 5th of November 2021. And they needed to then complete the online registration process as provided for on the South African Waste Information Center website. It then again provides that all new producers of identified products who commence producing after these regulations come into effect must register with the department within 3 months of being established. And again, it's via the South African Waste Information Center website. Then the department must consider all producer registration application forms and issue a registration number for each producer that has submitted such form within 30 days of receipt. You can go to the next slide, please. All right, and then I'm just going to briefly speak about the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme. And essentially the regulations provide that the producer of a product or class of products as identified by the minister must establish and implement an extended producer responsibility scheme, or they could join a producer responsibility organization or join another extended producer responsibility scheme. And the sections that I've referenced there are just those sections that set out the obligations and the financial implications and the reporting and review that's required. And then again, in relation to producer responsibility organizations, the regulations indicate that they need to be autonomous and they need to follow due process. As I've already mentioned, they need to be registered not for profit, and they must be managed by a board of directors, which would be, some will be the representatives from the producers, and the PRO needs to comply with the Companies Act and must have good corporate governance and management of conflicts of interest. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so some of the ongoing obligations relate to the obligation to implement environmental labels and declaration for the identified products in accordance with that science standard within a period of 3 years. And where specified, they need to implement mandatory takebacks of identified products at the end of their lives. There also needs to be a collaboration amongst producers in relation to the identified products to develop a broad-based Black economic empowerment transformation charter within 2 years of the publishing of the notice. Another obligation is to conduct a life cycle assessment in relation to the identified product within 5 years of implementation of the extended producer responsibility scheme. And through the life cycle assessment, focus on the minimization of material used in the identified product, design of the product to facilitate reuse, recycling, or recovery without compromising the functionality of the product, and reduction of environmental toxicity of the resulting post-consumer waste. These are just some of the obligations, but there are many other obligations. I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so just on the penalties, the regulations provide that a person convicted of an offense under the regulations is liable to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 15 years, an appropriate fine, or both a fine and imprisonment. And there are specific sections under the regulations that constitute offenses. And again, a registered producer who does not comply with the regulations may have their registration as contemplated in the regulations revoked and or be compelled to join another extended producer responsibility scheme. And then also a registered producer responsibility organization that does not comply with the requirements as contemplated in the regulations may have their registration revoked. Okay, we can go to the next slide, please. So yeah, this is what we've seen in practice with our clients is, just deciding whether they should be establishing or joining a producer responsibility organization. And it just depends on the circumstances. And so when we advise, it's just based on the circumstances of the client. But South Africa has had an example of like voluntary industry-led EPR scheme that has been going since the early 2000s in relation to, for example, the packaging industry. And so it really just depends on your circumstances if you should establish or join. And one of the issues that we have had with clients that have joined producer responsibility organizations are around the fees that are charged. And yeah, that's just some of the issues that have come up. And they have just put some of the concerns that have been raised, and that's in relation to the regulation of the producer responsibility organizations, in that they'll have different rules, they set up their own rules, and also the fees that are then charged. But the regulations do actually provide some guidance in terms of what informs the fees that are charged. And this would include the recyclability of your product, the type of product that you're producing. So that is one of the concerns. Again, another concern that I didn't include here, but another concern is the issue that because the definition of producer is so wide, it does create a potential for double reporting. And so that's, we'll see how the industry deals with that going forward. And again, just to reiterate, these are new regulations, and naturally there will be some teething problems. But I think industry is actually committed to complying, and we are seeing that with our clients who come to us to ask whether these regulations actually apply to them and what their obligations are. I think we can go to the next slide, but I think I'm done. Oh no, sorry, the recent developments. That's the last slide. And so in March 2022, the minister published notices for the pesticides, batteries, and lubricant oil sectors to implement extended producer responsibility measures. And they were invited to then provide their comments and objections by 30 April 2022, and we also assisted some of our clients with that. So that's the recent development, and we'll see what then the final form of those regulations would look like. That's it from me. I'm just going to take a look at the Q&A to see if there are any questions. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. But as I said, we've represented clients who want to know what their obligations are and whether these regulations actually apply to them. So if there are any questions that you think of later, we're happy to have that interaction with you and take you. Yeah, I see there's a hand. I don't know if it's possible to, I think you're supposed to type the question in the Q&A functionality. So I'll just give Jordine a chance to type. Okay, so the question is, what happens if the regulating body is not responsive to member concerns? So I think you'd need to just take a look, what are the rules governing I'd assume you're referring to the producer responsibility organization. What are the rules relating to that specific issue? And then also, I think if to the extent that the rules are silent, this is something that you could engage the department in, especially because of the penalties that are potentially applicable. So yeah, we're happy to have a further discussion with you on that. And then I see there's also, I think it's a continuation of the question that they've got issues such as producer definition, which causes double accounting. And that's from Chukolo, I'm happy to have a side discussion with you. But like I said, you need to look at the rules governing your regulating body. And to the extent that the rules are silent, you could engage the department on the issue. Let me see if there is any other question. I think there's no other question, but I'm happy to answer any other questions via email or can have a call after this. I'm happy either way. Thank you so much. The next presenters are Mansoor Parker and Dalet Ensti on the just energy transition.
Just to announce that the next session will start at 11:15, so you're welcome to have tea and coffee and then come back at 11:15. We're sticking very strictly to the agenda because some people do not stay for the whole sessions or the whole day and will join those sessions that they wish to join. So we have to accommodate those that may not necessarily have been in this session but want to join the next one. So please bear with us. The next session will start at 11:15. Thank you.
lets me down at the lonely lake. Before summer has gone away, swim out under a broken sky. Cold sun colored with shades of white. Wave goodbye to last summer. Cold air coming away soon. So let's lay under the falling moon. Tell me something about yourself. You've never told to no one else. Say goodbye to lonely nights of last summer.
Hi, everyone. Mansoor, can I just get a thumbs up that you can hear me?
Yes, I can. Morning, Debbie.
That's
Morning,
perfect.
everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I believe it's still morning, for Mansoor Parker and my presentation on a just energy transition. Just by way of introduction, I'm Dalit Anstey. I'm an associate in our Natural Resources and Environment Department. My colleague Mansoor Parker will be joining me in this presentation, and he is an executive in our tax department. Mansoor specializes in carbon tax, amongst other things, and I specialize in all types of natural resources law, but a lot of my focus is on the mining industry, extractives and energy. And just as another disclaimer, I actually did my LLM dissertation on the topic of a just energy transition. But I think it's really important that the topic itself is not overly academic and is one that is very practical. So I think Mansoor and I hope to give you a very practical presentation, but I suppose I am also making a slight disclaimer that my presentation will go to a lot of concepts, origins and meaning of a just energy transition. So I will be trying to explain some of the roots of the just energy transition conversation, which in its nature is quite theoretical at times. And so, Amanda, if you don't mind, just going to the next slide, please, so that I can show, thank you so much. So the roadmap for today's presentation. So I will begin by talking about the origins, meaning, and context of the just energy transition. I will then also briefly consider the South African policy and legal landscape. And then Mansoor will talk to the financing for the JET, and also some of the interlinkages that we're seeing in terms of strategies being employed. And then both Mansoor and I will also talk to what the just energy transition means for companies in South Africa. We hope to leave some time for questions and answers at the end. So please do send your questions through by way of the Q&A function. We would love to hear from you, and yeah, thank you. So Amanda, you may go on to the next slide, please. So in terms of the origins and meaning of the just energy transition, so the concept of a just transition originated from trade unions in the USA. And The concept actually originated in the 1980s and 1990s as a response to increased environmental protection and investment in the promotion of clean energy, which disproportionately affected minority and low-income workers and communities. So I think now it's become quite a buzzword, but I think it's very important that we understand the root of where this concept of a just energy transition arises. So trade unions argued that workers should not disproportionately bear the brunt of increased environmental protection policies, and that the costs should be distributed equitably. Trade unions called for a just transition, which centered on managing the employment impacts from the transition to a green economy fairly. But what we see today is that the concept of a just transition has developed substantially beyond its original context. And today it is known as a fair and equitable process of moving towards a post-carbon society, which process must seek fairness and equity with regards to the major global justice concerns, such as ethnicity, income, gender, within both developed and developing contexts. And just to mention the ILO's definition, which is that they define the transition to mean a just transition to environmentally sustainable economies and societies, where energy is only one component of a just transition. So I think the concept that we're starting to see emerge is a just energy transition. But I suppose that many are arguing that actually the concept should be broadened rather to this just transition, which essentially includes all aspects of the economy. But what we'll discuss in a moment around the context of a just transition is the importance of energy to the economy, and hence why energy is included in the just energy transition concept, and why it's concentrated on as such, especially in a South African context, again, which I'll talk to in a moment. So I'm just keeping that in mind that, some are debating whether in fact we should be calling it a just energy transition or just transition, but my view is that this is really semantics. And at the end of the day, we are talking about the same thing, which is a just transition in the entire economy where energy is one component. So since the concept of justice lies at the center of a just transition, its meaning is contested, particularly amongst legal people. So globally, prominent legal perspectives on a just energy transition have been from the environmental justice, climate justice, and energy justice communities, respectively. So I thought I'd just break this down for you. Environmental justice draws attention to the harms of unfair relationships between humans carried out through the environment. Environmental justice began by focusing on the issue of polluting facilities in poor and minority communities and the failure of environmental law and policy to address inequality in toxic exposure. Environmental justice critiques also consider issues regarding structures for public participation in environmental decision-making. So contrasting this, we have climate justice scholarship, which emphasizes the need to share in both the benefits and burdens of climate change from a human rights perspective. Climate justice scholarship considers the injustices associated with climate change, including the fact that the worst impacts of climate change will and are already, but will more so be disproportionately experienced by the poor and vulnerable who contributed least to the problem, and the potential that climate change has to undermine the realization of human rights and ecological systems. Central principles in climate justice scholarship are intragenerational and intergenerational equity, and the need for common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in international negotiations. I'm going to talk about this principle a little bit later when I look at the international commitments around climate change. Then if we look at what energy justice is, it applies human rights throughout the energy life cycle, promoting sustainable energy systems that includes considerations of justice during energy production, consumption, and post-consumption. And it's really about circular economies and thinking about energy all the way from its inception, product design, all the way until it's waste. And important for energy justice is the issues of energy access and energy security, which are very important in a developing country context, and especially in a country like South Africa that is struggling to keep on the lights. But as I mentioned, there have been attempts to integrate the three forms of justice, and these have culminated in this just transition approach. And they ask, the question is, what is common amongst the energy justice, climate justice, and environmental justice? And now I'm going to bring in some more concepts of justice, but what scholars have concluded is that distributive, procedural, and restorative justice underpin all three of these: energy justice, climate justice, and environmental justice. So, and this is really what underpins the just transition approach, is these concepts. So distributive justice is really about the socially just allocation of resources, which addresses capabilities and well-being, risk and responsibility, vulnerability, and recognition. Procedural justice, which is very familiar in a South African context and arguably underpins South Africa's approach to date when it comes to the Presidential Climate Commission and how they've approached this question of a just transition, is about so it's acknowledging that the transition to a greener economy will create new injustices with respect to community engagement and involvement. And so procedural justice is viewed as the platform for justice demands. Although inadequate by itself to produce a resolution, it entails long-term engagement with affected communities. And then finally, we have restorative justice, which will be very familiar in a South African context and may echo themes of justice in the TRC and the transition that South Africa went through, from the transition from apartheid to democracy. So restorative justice aims to repair harm that has been perpetrated towards an individual after an injustice has occurred, rather than focusing only on punishing the perpetrator. So Amanda, if you could please just go to the next slide. So I'd like to talk about the context of the just energy transition, both the global and the South African context of what we're talking about here. So South Africa and Africa are severely impacted by climate variability and climate change. But there is also the injustice that our contribution to the problem has been minimal when compared with more developed nations. Fossil fuels have dominated global energy systems since the first industrial revolution and have been linked to the development of economies. Globally, there is recognition that the world's reliance on fossil fuels is unsustainable. International commitments have been made by many nations through the Paris Agreement. And we are starting to see the domestication of climate change obligations and these translating into laws. My colleagues, Zinzi Lawrence and Colin Fratelli-Davies, spoke in the previous session about EPR as well as climate change. And they mentioned the climate change bill. But what's important to acknowledge is that, and the pace of the domestication, and what I mean simply by domestication is that countries who have committed internationally to or in order to realize their climate change commitments, they realize that they need to make legal changes to their own legal systems. And they've been domesticating in their own laws, their international commitments. So what we've started to see, for instance, in the EU is the EU Green Deal. We're also seeing something like a carbon border adjustment mechanism. And the point I want to make is that the domestication of the international climate obligations have consequences for Africa and African products. So, for example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism will essentially create, in some ways, it's quite a protectionist measure, and I'm no economist, but in some ways, it's a measure designed to tax those products that have a heavier carbon footprint. So, for instance, if you are sitting, as an African tomato producer and your product's going all the way to Europe, then your product will effectively be taxed at a higher rate because I suppose it takes into account the transport costs and that carbon footprint, but also if it's coming from a country like South Africa, where you probably rely on electricity generated from fossil fuels, then you're going to experience a higher tax. And I think the point is that, there's a lot of consequences that come from the domestication of these international obligations. And I mentioned earlier the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, which is a very important part of the Paris Agreement. And this acknowledges that we've all we all have different contributions to the problem of climate change, but we live in a globalized world. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we all have to play our roles, which may be different, and in this global transition. And Mansour will also, I think, speak to the Just Energy Transition Partnership and some of the funding arrangements, which are absolutely required in terms of the international commitments. I think sometimes, we look at these things and we say it's nice, it's a nice to have, or it's nice that European countries are supporting South Africa's Just Transition Plan. But what I also just wanted to mention, national law perspective, that is actually required. That there is this financial support in supporting developing countries towards their just transition plans. So that's just something I wanted to note. And we're also seeing the uptake in ESG globally, where corporates are trying to integrate ESG into their businesses in response to investors seeking ESG disclosures and reporting. In South Africa, and I really also just want to talk quickly to the South African context. South Africa, we are also very reliant on fossil fuels, and in some ways, I mean, there's a lot of discussion around having a minerals energy complex in South Africa, which is a system of capital accumulation that is centered on mineral extraction and processing. And it's really been a fundamental part of South African history, not in as much as it's also been a fundamental part of the economy, the South African economy. And, it did have a role to play in apartheid. And again, I mean, it's in transitioning in this democratic South Africa, there has been a move away to an extent from this minerals energy complex. So just to break down what the minerals energy complex is it's a reliance on coal that was used for generation of cheap, well, then it was cheap electricity, which was also coupled with cheaper labor. And this was very much centered on an export-oriented mining economy. And just as an example, I mean, this is a statistic that Eskom's 36 largest customers consume over 40% of energy in South Africa. And, the 30% of the country's population lack access to electricity, particularly in rural areas. So there's a lot of interest. We have our own kind of context of justice and injustice around the energy sector in South Africa and, historically and also where it is now. And it's very important that as we, in our own journey, as we integrate renewable energy into our economy and into our energy supply, it's important that we kind of undo a lot of the injustices that exist in our energy system to date. And that's in a way, the way that the renewable energy, and this is, again, I mean, this is argued by some political economists, that the way that renewable energy has been introduced currently into South Africa is that it's kind of, it hasn't been, in a widespread way and actually changing the way that the electricity and energy supply is structured in the country. And it's still, it's kind of similar to how the fossil fuel dominated energy sector has operated. So I suppose what I'm saying is, in the South African context, in addition to all of our international commitments, we also have our own very important context around the minerals energy complex that ultimately it is already in decline. The Eskom's obviously got a lot of its own challenges. So the minerals energy complex is in decline. I suppose it's also influenced by demand elsewhere in the world. So it's just that we also have to factor in how that plays into our system. If you may just go into the next slide, please, Amanda. I'm just going to conclude my section with this slide and hand over to Mansour. So if we look at the policy and legal landscape of the just energy transition, and the reason why I haven't actually, I'm not going to spend too much time looking at this particular slide, and I focused on the other slide, is that the Presidential Climate Commission, which is a very important body right now, and it's a multi-stakeholder body which has been established by the president to advise on the country's climate change response and to support the just transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy and society. And the PCC facilitates dialogue between social partners on these issues, defining the type of economy and society we want to achieve and detailed pathways for how to get there. And the PCC produced a JET framework, which was released in June 2022, which incorporates in the framework, it incorporates a lot of the ideas that I spoke about at the beginning of this presentation, and these ideas of justice and what it means, especially with the integrated just transition approach, which, as I said earlier, integrates distributive justice, procedural justice, and restorative justice. And to a large extent, South Africa has adopted this kind of theoretical response to the whole issue of a just energy transition. And it's, as I said, we've created this, or the PCC has created this framework, and it incorporates a lot of these ideas. But at the moment where things are at is the PCC is undergoing a lot of engagements, and they've really spent a lot of time trying to engage with different sectors of society. Obviously, you can imagine in such a widespread stakeholder engagement, you're going to have a lot of challenges around involving communities, especially in rural areas. But there's been a lot of efforts to really make this as widespread as possible, engagements with the business community, representatives. So this is a very important body in the climate change discussion, in the just energy transition discussion in South Africa. But I will also say that South Africa's policy landscape around the just energy transition is fragmented and it lacks direction. And that's why, again, the PCC is very important. But I think the other issue why the policies around the just energy transition have been fragmented to date is because there are so many different areas that this JET covers. So when we're also looking at it from a government perspective, in a way it crosses most government departments, but especially, National Treasury, and you have minerals, and you have environment, and everyone has to play a role. And ultimately, it's very difficult. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to leave politics out of it. So I think that one of the reasons why there has been this fragmented policy, and I've listed a couple of, this isn't meant to be an exhaustive list of all the policies that exist, but you have from the Department of Transport, a green transport strategy. From the Department of Minerals and Resources, you have a just energy transition policy for the mining sector. You have, coming from National Treasury, which Mansour will talk to in a minute, the green finance, the taxonomy, and the technical paper that's come on sustainable finance. And I suppose the question is, to what extent are these policies actually linking up? And why I say that this PCC is very important in advising on the just energy transition is that it is an opportunity to link up all these kind of issues and these policy issues that arise when it comes to the just energy transition. But I suppose there is a question around, the president elected the PCC, and, it tries to be representative, but at the end of the day, it's an expert body. It's not a democratically elected body. And at the end of the day, it is our politicians. And it has to include Eskom. Even though, again, Eskom has a degree of independence, but at the end of the day, it is the primary driver of government's policies when it comes to, and Eskom, you'll see that has its own just transition strategy. So what I'm saying is that we do need some direction. We need policy direction. South Africa also has these NDCs in terms of the Paris Agreement, which is the nationally determined contributions, which basically says what South Africa isn't going to do when it comes to its climate change commitments. And it needs to be a coordinated response. And I do think that is lacking. That also is indicative of some of the legal measures. I'm also not going to talk too much detail on this because our colleagues in previous sessions have spoken about it. But, you have the Climate Change Bill, you have the Carbon Tax Act, you have the Carbon Offset Regulations. There's been amendments to the Electricity Regulation Act. And it's very important that there is a cohesive vision underpinning all of these things. And this isn't done in a fragmented manner. Amanda, you can go on to the next slide, please, and I'm going to hand over to Mansour.
Thank you very much, Tarita. There was an excellent summary of of the current status. I'll be touching on two issues under the banner of financing for a just transition, looking at the mobilization of capital. Now, bear in mind, I'm a tax lawyer, so I'll focus on the tax aspects of this. But there's so many dimensions to this, the financing part, the economist side, the legal aspects to it. So it goes way beyond what I'm about to chat to. But let's give a brief overview. It's been estimated that $250 billion US dollars will be required over 3 decades to transform the South African energy system. Of that amount of 250 billion US dollars, 10 billion US dollars will be needed for climate justice outcomes. Now, the concept of climate justice outcomes, it really lies at the heart of the just energy transition. It's those measures to support workers and communities in the transition by means of compensation, retraining, relocation, and rehabilitation of regions and communities. On my way home yesterday, I got to the tail end of a radio interview. It was very interesting. And they were discussing some aspects of the just energy transition. And that is that as we decarbonize the economy, it might be that certain jobs are lost at the start of the decarbonization process, but other jobs are gained during the transition at a later point. So there's no real symmetry of one job lost, one job gained, but it can happen over a period of time. There could also be a geographical dislocation. If, let's say, a coal-fired power plant is closed in Mpumalanga and jobs are lost as a result of the closure of that, but wind and solar farms are established along the coast because of the wind that exists along the coast, or in the Northern Cape, because it's very suitable for solar renewable energy plants, then you can find that jobs might be lost in one region of the country and gained in another part of the country. And I think that those issues just highlights the difficulty in bringing all of this together and ensuring that the transition is a just one for communities affected by this. In addition to the 250 US billion that will be required, there is an unspecified amount to transition to a fully green economy, including strengthened adaptation measures. So the 250 is not the upper threshold. It seems to be more the minimum, because there'll be further amounts required for this transition. Can you go on to the next slide, Amanda, please? If you can, Amanda, onto the next slide. Now, there's two aspects of capital mobilization, the domestic aspect and the international aspect. From a domestic point of view, around 75% of South Africa's climate finance flows have been for clean energy generation projects. Given the commercial maturity of the renewable energy sector, these have been mainly under the REAP projects. National Treasury has created various working groups looking at climate change and a just transition, as well as its work on financing a sustainable economy, on which it has issued a paper in 2021. What we've seen in terms of interesting developments, if we go to the first point, attracting capital into new markets, technologies, business models, and enterprises, is a growth of, say, sustainability-linked loans or sustainability-linked finance that often occurs in two types: a use of proceeds type model, where finance is obtained for a particular type of activity, whether it's biodiversity, conservation, renewable energy, as well as a performance-based type of loan, where the loan might be obtained for general purposes, not on a use of proceeds basis, but the use of the finance is linked to the borrower adhering to certain or achieving certain sustainability performance targets. And when the sustainability performance targets are reached, there's a ratcheting down of the pricing of that loan, so that there's a benefit through the reductions in the interest which is charged on those sustainability-linked loans. So we've seen those two models, the more traditional sustainable finance models, and there's been other variations that's been occurring in terms of supply chains where companies are involved, as well as on the carbon markets, which I'll touch upon in about 2 slides from now. If you could go on to the next slide, Amanda. From an international capital mobilization perspective, we had the Paris Agreement, where developed countries were required to provide support to developing countries. Out of that emerged the Just Energy Transition Partnership, between South Africa, European Union, France, Germany, the UK, and the US, which is coordinated by the UK for an amount of 8.5 billion in financing. Now, as part of this agreement, the SA government and its international partners have agreed to develop an investment plan in order to identify key decarbonization projects. These projects will then be funded by an international financing package comprised of instruments which could be loans on a concessional or non-concessional basis. Then the investment plan will dictate the allocation of those funds, and it's those aspects that are still under consideration. One example that we've already seen of a successful reform which has emerged as a result of these initiatives has been the liberalization of South Africa's electricity generation market. Last year, President Ramaphosa announced that the threshold under which companies can produce their own electricity without a license would be increased from 1 megawatt to 100 megawatts. This change has drastically reduced the obstacles to clean energy investment, because what we saw in the debate of the shift from fossil fuel generated electricity to cleaner sources is that the alternatives, renewable energy or green hydrogen or say gas investments, they each have their own issues to transition from fossil fuel based to those other ones. Renewable energy, there were always delays on licensing and registration requirements. Green hydrogen, one needs to do it at scale, and the financing required is excessive. If it's off the coast exploration, there's normally about an 8 to 10 year period from date of initial exploration until you get to commercial operation date. So it takes time to move through this transition as one moves away from fossil fuel based to other forms of renewable energy. If you could go on to the next slide, Amanda, please. The next two slides looks at interlinked strategies. There's a bit of granular detail in the slides. I won't go through each point in detail. Then we conclude with the final slide on what does it mean for companies. What I'll do is focus on a few of these key points. The first point that we have is the carbon tax. Now, carbon tax, we usually make a distinction between carbon tax liable entities and non-liable entities. The liable entities are the manufacturers or the producers, your iron and steel companies, electricity generators, chemical companies, which have the highest carbon footprints. They're the ones that have to register with SARS for carbon tax. They have to register with DEFI to provide the greenhouse gas emissions data to them, and they have to submit the carbon tax returns detailing the emissions and making the carbon tax payments. Then you have the non-liable entities, the ones who do not have a direct carbon tax liability, but everyone will be affected by that, because in your supply chain, you're going to have carbon tax liable entities. You're either going to buy electricity from Eskom, or you're going to buy iron and steel from construction companies, or there'll be other areas in your supply chain where you are procuring goods from entities which are subject to the carbon tax. And as the carbon tax ratchets upwards, we've seen the future price path for carbon tax announced in this year's budget speech in February, and then put into legislation in the Taxation Laws Amendment Bill. So unlike other taxes where we wait year to year for the announcement, here the announcement has been made in advance as to what the price increase will be. And what we often say to entities, especially the non-liable ones, is you should do some sort of assessment as to what the impact on your input costs will be of this ramping up in the price of carbon tax. Because in addition to the carbon tax where the amount will go up, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, DEFI, will also introduce a carbon budget, which means that they will put in place a budget for companies where companies who emit emissions within the budget will pay carbon tax according to the normal carbon tax rates. Companies whose emissions exceeds the budget will pay a higher rate, a punitive, a penalty rate of carbon tax. Now, where those costs are incurred and it's passed on to entities who are not directly liable, but whose suppliers are liable to the carbon tax, and it becomes very important that you be aware of exactly what that will mean for your operation of your future business. If you could go on to the next slide, Amanda. Next slide is a continuation of these interlinked strategies. I'd like to touch upon the point which I mentioned slightly earlier about the bonds. that's used, the use of proceeds as well as the performance bonds. What we've also seen on the question of unlocking finance is very interesting developments in the carbon offset space, because tax is often used both as a carrot and a stick. The stick is the carbon tax, which imposes higher taxes on certain items to encourage one to move away. The carrot are the carbon offsets. And some of the interesting developments that's been taking place recently is where people are revegetating areas that suffer degradation, replanting plants and vegetation in those areas, not usually monoculture, but a blended series of cultivation that they do. And there's ability for these trees and forests to store carbon from they sequester the CO2 that's in the environment. That sequestered CO2 has a monetary value, which has a value which can be monetized. Certificates can be issued in respect of the amount of CO2 that's sequestered, and those certificates can then be sold to the carbon tax liable entities. Those carbon tax liable entities will then set off the carbon tax liabilities utilizing these certificates. And as the carbon tax rate increases, the amount that's paid for this carbon tax, carbon offset certificates increases, and thereby making these sorts of projects more economically worthwhile for persons to get involved. Now, that's not the only type of project that can generate offsets. Wind farms and solar farms can as well. Even rapid bus transport systems by taking people out of their cars into public transport can also do so. There's a variety of mechanisms involved, and companies may not necessarily wish to acquire credits in order to sell it to someone else. They may wish to acquire the credits for their own net zero purposes and their own goals, and achieving their own climate change ambitions. So we're seeing some very interesting developments within the generation of these carbon credits and the creation of voluntary carbon markets in which these credits can be traded. Thank you, Mandy. If you can go on to the next slide, please. Okay, back to you, Delete.
Thanks, Mansoor. And just apologies, I don't know if you can hear, but I've got a bit of a storm. I'm sitting in Cape Town, and there's actually a storm. I feel like I'm sitting in Johannesburg. So there's almost afternoon. Yeah, no, okay, great. So yeah, I think we wanted to just conclude by looking at what does the just energy transition mean for companies in South Africa? I think the point here is that there are both risks and there are opportunities. So with the changing pathways for capital, and as one of the points that I made in my presentation was about how ESG, environmental social governance, is becoming important for investors. And banks and many entities who are granting these loans and are making finance available are asking companies, and this is international investors who invest in South African companies too. They're asking South African companies to actually disclose and report, and I suppose also to have an understanding as a starting point of what one's environmental social governance risks are and the opportunities. And so the investors, there are some investors who are actually taking the view that they are divesting from fossil fuels and fossil fuel intense economies, which will see that capital moving to other areas. So I suppose that capital being moved is the opportunity, but the fact that it's leaving and kind of in the way that I mentioned earlier about the tomato example with the carbon border adjustments that are being made in the EU, those kinds of exclusionist or divestment policies can have impacts for South African companies, which South African companies need to be aware of. We also will start to see with the just energy transition, and I think it's really just the beginning. I mean, Mansoor and I have, been seeing these things in our own areas when it comes to carbon tax, and like, for instance, with the climate change bill, which will soon become an act, but the legal obligations in this area are only becoming more stringent. And we will also start to see more disclosure obligations. As an example, this isn't necessarily a binding legal obligation, but the JSE released the Sustainability Disclosure Guidance, which is a guidance note to listed companies as to how they could think about reporting on their ESG factors. And those kinds of documents are starting already to gain traction globally. So, you have similar trends with the SEC in the States and the London Stock Exchange, and these obligations to report on ESG factors is becoming very important, and that will just translate to more stringent legal obligations for companies in South Africa, and the South African government may also take active steps in this area. And I think the link to this is the potential for lack of board awareness and integration of just energy transition impacts in businesses. This is a very important, I suppose, caution to start to get a hold of these issues and understand them. And I suppose then there's also the existential risks to businesses as a result of the physical impacts of climate change and the jet, which require also some thought. Then I think there's opportunities, which Mansour spoke about, the financing available in relation to the just energy transition, but it will be available for those companies that effectively integrate ESG into their business strategies and operations. So that's where I would like to leave it. Mansour, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to add on what you think the just energy transition means for companies.
Now, except to add it on the financing portion under opportunities, there's also opportunities within the Income Tax Act, where there be certain incentives to encourage certain types of activities, such as investing in renewable energy, taking energy efficiency measures. So entities should also be mindful of the fact that the financing can occur in multiple ways, not simply obtaining a loan from a private sector financial institution. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Mansour. I've been monitoring the Q&A and I don't see any Q&A, so I will give the audience 1 minute or 30 seconds if you've got any burning questions to type in on the Q&A. Otherwise, you can always email Mansour and I, and our email addresses are available on ENS's website. So you can look us up online, and you are welcome to email us. And I thank you all for your attention. I note that the next session will be held by Witness Makubele on broad-based Black economic empowerment and updates in that area. So without any further delays, I think that's it from us. And that session will be at 12:15. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Witness Makubele. I'm a partner in the Corporate Commercial Department at ENS. I hope you have been enjoying the sessions so far. It was quite interesting to listen to my colleagues talk about JET, not the clothing store, but something else regarding energy. My session this afternoon is going to be a snippet about BEE. In particular, the focus is going to be on ownership and some of the learnings and updates that we are seeing from a BEE Commission perspective. There has been very interesting developments in the past few years since the BEE legislation was put in place, the codes came into effect, and the Office of the BEE Commission was established. And following that implementation of BEE, in particular, aspects regarding ownership became slightly more focused, more nuanced, and more important. And I would like to share some of the experiences, the learnings, and the updates that we have seen in the market over the period of time. Next slide, please. As you would know, the generic scorecard as set out in the BEE codes has 6 elements. The ownership element, which in itself talks about participation by Black people in a measured entity. The management control element, which basically talks about the participation by Black people in the executive management of the measured entity. The skills development element, which talks about the provision of training, learnerships, skills development of Black people. And in it also focuses on certain aspects regarding compliance with the employment equity legislation. Skills development, as we know it, encompasses quite a number of other areas which are covered by various other legislation, including the CITAS, as well as the Skills Development Act itself. And all of these, when one is looking at skills development as an element, need to ensure that all of these are taken into account. Next slide, please. The next element is the enterprise and supply development element. The enterprise and supply development element encapsulates the preferential procurement of goods and services from Black people. The importance of this is in the sense that where there is a need for procurement of goods and services, regard be had to those service providers or suppliers who are Black people or who are empowered, as we normally name them. This can consist of monetary or non-monetary contribution. There are many ways in which enterprise development, supply development is facilitated. Then the last one is socio-economic development. Again, this may consist of monetary or non-monetary contributions to beneficiaries by a measured entity to facilitate income-generating activities for those beneficiaries. I thought it would be appropriate to mention these elements for purposes of our discussion, even though our discussion is more focused on ownership. These elements become slightly more relevant to the ownership element when one looks at the manner in which the B Commission looks at certain aspects of ownership when structures regarding ownership are presented to the B Commission, and the Commission looks at it slightly differently from the way we as measured entities look at them. I just thought it may be important that we highlight these elements, and as and when we speak about the ownership element, we may touch into some of these elements. Next slide, please. The concept of ownership as we know it, I indicated earlier on that ownership as an element focuses specifically on participation by Black people in the ownership of a measured entity. And in particular, there are two key pieces of sub-elements that are involved. One, voting rights. Two, economic interest. Let me touch on the voting right element as we know it. Voting right means that Black people have right to vote in certain decisions, and they participate in the voting right in regard to certain decisions of the measured entity. Give you an example. In a company, shareholders have rights to vote. For example, they would have a right to vote when they have to appoint directors. When a major asset of a company is being disposed of, they have a right to vote in terms of Section 112 of the Companies Act. Those are voting rights that are accrued to shareholders. In certain instances, depending on the nature of the structure that is being applied, there are limited voting rights that have to be given in order for this element to be complied with. I'll touch a bit as we go along on this because these are two key elements that the B Commission looks at when determining whether a particular structure that is being presented does comply with the ownership element or not. The second one, which is quite important, is economic interest. Economic interest, largely in a company, this will be distributions or dividends as we know them. Or in a trust setup, this will be whatever amount of money that is being paid to the beneficiaries of a trust. The form and the manner in which Black people participate in the economic interest of a measured entity is very key. We will look at it as we go along. With regard to the ownership element, the objective here from a B Commission's interpretation of ownership is that Black people must have ownership in a true sense for a measured entity to be recognized for that element. What do we mean by that? I have indicated earlier on that it comprises voting rights and economic interest. If Black people don't have voting rights and they're not entitled to dividends or economic interest, you would have a challenge in claiming ownership in your structure. There are a number of ways in which ownership can be achieved or recognized. And this is basically in terms of the code itself. For example, where an entity has sold shares, where a black participants have sold shares in a measured entity, the measured entity can claim ownership until a period of 3 years from the date that the sale was undertaken. This is different from the once empowered, always empowered concept that the mining houses and the DMR are fighting about at the moment. This is completely different from that. There are other structures that we are aware of, and the ones that are traditional are your company, close corporation, trust, broad-based ownership schemes, ESOPs, which you are going to be talking about today in regard to ownership, as well as BEE facilitators status. We have entities that are not necessarily owned by individuals like you and I. For example, government institutions like your development finance institutions, your PIC, DBSA, IDC, and others. They do apply to have a BE facilitator status. Meaning, therefore, if you have an entity like that as a shareholder, you get certain level of recognition for ownership in your measured entity, depending obviously on the level of their shareholding in your entity. Then the other structure that is recognized in terms of the BE codes is private equity structures. For it to be regarded as compliant with the codes for purposes of ownership, the structure must have a general partner which is owned 51% by a Black person. Secondly, the general partner must be controlled by Black persons 51%, and Black persons must participate at least 51% of the profits of the general partner. In all of these are really the structures that could be recognized for purposes of ownership, provided obviously you comply with the rules that are set out in the codes. In each one of these structures, the B codes set out the rules that one needs to comply with in order for one to be regarded as being compliant and being in a position to claim points for ownership. Next slide, please. I just want to touch on some of the views that the Commission has expressed on aspects of ownership. And as we go along we look at the structures of ownership, we will touch again on some of these. But I thought as we start, we need to also have a look at what is the view of the B Commission when it comes to issues of ownership in a measured entity. The Commission's view is that Black shareholders must be involved in the operations of the company. They cannot sit back and be passive investors. It makes perfect sense for Black persons who are shareholders to also participate if ever they do need to participate. There are instances where I just want to invest my money and not participate in the entity. I don't want to attend board meetings. I don't want to have a board representative. I don't want to be an employee of the entity. I just want to invest my money and attend shareholders meetings, and that's it. For as long as you have rights as a shareholder and you are able to participate unhindered in terms of the rules, in terms of law, that should be sufficient. However, the B Commission looks at this, and this is because of the many issues that the B Commission has had to deal with, where Black people were made not to participate. They were made to be passive investors, even in instances where they wanted to participate. And as a result, you find that the B Commission would look at it and say, if you don't give Black persons, Black shareholders, some rights to participate in the enterprise, one way or another, then that may be a problem. The next one is the Commission is of the view that Black shareholders must have board representation in the merged entity. There are instances where it is not possible to have a board representation. If I own 2% of a company, it is unheard of that a 2% shareholder can have a right to have a board representation. It's not impossible. It's not illegal. You can, because the Companies Act does allow many ways in which you can structure appointment of board members, be it by way of specific appointment or just by way of normal election in terms of what the Act provides. It is possible. It is just not so much of a familiar structure that is being applied all the time. The B Commission is of the view that there must always be dividend flow to Black shareholders. Dividends are declared by the board. The board is the one that determines whether money should be returned to shareholders. The board is the one that is responsible for the day-to-day affairs of the company, obviously with rights to delegate to management. In addition, the board is the one that would know that in so many of these instances, one will be in a position to declare dividends. It may not necessarily be always possible to declare dividends. A company may, by the way, have so much money with little debt, but the board may realize that instead of returning cash to shareholders, we rather expand. Therefore, if you expand and not return cash to shareholders, you may not necessarily comply with the position of the B Commission that there needs to be dividend flows to Black shareholders. Are there ways in which this can be dealt with? So many ways. In many instances, we have come up with what we call trickle dividends, where we say a certain portion of whatever cash that is available will be paid to Black shareholders for various reasons, particularly where there has been funding that still has to be repaid, to ensure that they don't necessarily have to stand still until the funding is repaid. They get something over a period of time. Then there's the always problematic issue of structuring of BEE transactions, where, for example, because of the funding that has been put in place, then shareholders would have to then pledge their shares as security for the debt. The B Commission frowns at that because you find that because of the nature of the funding and the nature of the pledge, there is restrictions that are put in place, which then enable the company or the provider of the debt to ensure that the Black shareholders don't necessarily end up having to dispose of those shares and the debt provider is left with nothing. There are problems that the B Commission feels are inhibiting the manner in which the Black shareholders are dealing with their shares. It's normal that when you provide funding to someone, you require security. It's normal. But these are some of the challenges that you will always face when dealing with matters like this. We know that in many instances, when we get people into our business, we want them to ensure that they stay with us and not compete with us. And as a result, we enter into non-compete, we enter into restraint of trade. And in the normal course, because of the fact that you would have gotten someone else into your setup, the restraint will be one-sided, right? Because it's normal, right? The B Commission doesn't like those kind of one-sided restraints. I cannot set up my business and compete against myself, right? It can only be someone that I bring into my business that potentially can compete with me. So these are the commercial realities that we have to navigate all the time. You would find that in some of these instances, we have exit mechanisms such as call options and others that are part of the structuring of the B transactions. The B Commission doesn't like those. Call options in themselves do provide exit mechanisms for B shareholders, particularly in instances where the call options are options. They're not, they don't have a put, meaning they won't be obliged to sell. As and when they feel like selling, they can sell, right? And they want to cash in. But sometimes it is the nature of the call option and the manner in which they've been drafted that create problems. And in all of these things, to a large extent, I do have some sympathy to the B Commission, because all of these things are things that they have experienced. Drag along the same way as call options are problematic, where, for example, there are dilutionary mechanisms in the shareholders agreement or MOI, which prejudice shareholders. The B Commission doesn't like that. And I'll give you an example of this type of dilutionary mechanisms. For example, if we normally have these in our shareholders agreement where we say funding has to be provided by shareholders. If one shareholder doesn't provide funding, we can do it by way of issuing of shares. And if I don't subscribe for those shares, whoever subscribes, I'm going to get diluted. It's one of those. And there are a whole lot of other ways in which this can be done. But whichever way, the one who puts the money has to get the benefit. The one who does not put the money is likely going to be prejudiced, right? Those are the problems that the B Commission has picked up, and they have raised this as some of the issues that they don't like. Lock-in periods. Lock-in periods similar to restraint. When someone comes in and say, we're going to do this thing together, I want assurance that the person is going to be with me for a long while. Not necessarily forever, but for a period that you say you're going to be with me for that period. And then word of mouth is always nice, but it's better to have this reduced to writing. That is why we have these lock-in periods. Are they problematic? Certainly. They may be problematic to some extent, right? But they provide certainty that the company in which the B shareholder is investing will have the B shareholder invested for that period of time. But it's one of those things that are kind of double-edged swords, because on the one hand, you have certainty of investment and BEE. On the other end, you have someone who's with you and not necessarily be happy because they've been locked in. Next slide, please. So I thought having given you some of the flavors of the structures right from the beginning, as well as the views of the B Commission, to also give you some of the challenges that we are facing with regard to some of these structures. I've indicated to you in the previous slide what the Commission looks at, their views with some of the issues that they've come across. And one of the most problematic structures that I have personally dealt with the B Commission has always been BBOS. Broad-based schemes are viewed in a very difficult position way by the B Commission on from a number of perspectives, really. And I'll give you some examples of those that, having had discussions with them, my experience with them. So, I mean, BBOS, by their nature, they facilitate ownership from a broad-based perspective. For example, that is why it's easy to use BBOS for a community structure, for workers, for cooperatives. Because of the nature of BBOS, it's easy to do that through that. And these are usually done through trusts, and they can be done through NPCs, non-profit companies. Those two in particular, trusts and NPCs, are they face serious recognition challenges by the B Commission. And the biggest problem is that the B Commission looks at the beneficiaries of a trust as shareholders. I've given you some flavors of shareholders' rights, right to vote, as I've indicated there when we started talking about the elements, sub-elements of the ownership element, being voting rights and economic interest. If you do a broad-based scheme through a trust, you have to comply with the Trust Property Control Act. So trust laws come into the fore. If you do it through an NPC, you have to comply with the Companies Act, because NPCs are regulated by the Companies Act. In addition to that, you would have to comply with the rules that are applicable to BBOS in terms of the B codes. So those are the parameters within which you need to play when you are using these structures. The biggest challenge, obviously, is that it is going to be difficult for a beneficiary in a trust to be treated as a shareholder, simply because shareholders have specific rights that are set out in terms of the Companies Act. They can have additional rights that could be set out in the MOI. The Companies Act allows for that. The Trust Property Control Act is quite specific. That is why trustees have so much of duties that they have to comply with in terms of the Trust Property Control Act and in terms of the common law. And the reason being, they are in a fiduciary position such that they are acting in a position of trust. Therefore, their obligations are slightly onerous than they would in a normal course. Hence, you don't find in a trust setup, you don't find beneficiaries having rights to tell trustees what to do. The trust deed is what the trustees have to forever comply with, look into, ensure that they don't do anything outside of what is provided for in the trust deed. In a BBOS setup, if you use a trust, you would have to then ensure that the rules that are applicable to BBOS in terms of the codes are set out in the trust deed. If you use an NPC, the MOI of the NPC must provide those. It's going to be, most of the time, very difficult that you then treat the beneficiaries as shareholders. For example, the beneficiaries in a community trust, you will identify them by way of a class. You can't identify them by way of names, witness Makubele, so and so and so, so like you would in a shareholders agreement or MOI or share register. Those are the difficulties that we are always encountering when it comes to BBOS, particularly around identification of beneficiaries. For example, if you have a community trust and you want to use that trust for purposes of ownership through a BBOS, you apply the rules applicable to a BBOS. But that community trust, community scheme, is used to build schools, for example. The B Commission's view is that rather go and claim points under the socio-economic element than the ownership element, because those people within the community who are benefiting from the scheme are not necessarily getting the dividends that I spoke to you about at the beginning. The economic interest, the money does not come into their pockets. The money goes and build a school. That's not necessarily economic interest from the B Commission's perspective. We have had sessions with the B Commission, sessions with the DTIC. You have seen the practice note that was issued by the DTIC last year on BBOS. You understand, I would imagine, the position of the DTIC on issues around BBOS particularly BIBOs that are for community development, bursary schemes, and others. I will leave aside for now the workers scheme because we're going to deal with that specifically. In all of those aspects, and having dealt with this type of schemes personally, and having engaged the B Commission, each time you listen to the B Commission, you understand where they're coming from. The unfortunate part is that where they're coming from and where you are now, and speaking for myself, because the BIBOs that I was working for, assisting with this, the schemes had been around for a very long time, have track record, have direct evidence and details of actual beneficiaries that have benefited from the schemes in terms of monetary terms or otherwise. But because of the nature of the scheme and from the B Commission's perspective, having seen what they've seen, it was difficult for them to understand what could have been different and to what extent could this be dealt with differently. It's still a very difficult position that we still find ourselves in. We're still working out how best we can deal with it. Like I said, the B Commission still does not apply the interpretational aspect of the practice note that was issued by the DTIC last year. It's still the same thing. They're operating the same way that they've been. They don't believe that the practice note clarifies the issues in the manner in which the B Commission wants them to be clarified. Next slide, please. ESOPs. ESOPs are favored. And that is why I didn't want to start by saying that the B Commission does not like trusts, because ESOPs which are trusts and which are vesting trusts are okay, right? For as long as there's vesting, where in an ESOP setup, the shares eventually vest in the hands of the beneficiaries or the employees, then all is good. But there's still some challenges. Non-vesting ESOPs, for example, if you put together a share scheme, which basically is a phantom share scheme or units in the trust, and the beneficiaries or employees don't end up getting the shares in their hands, you're gonna have a problem. The Commission doesn't think that in itself would be regarded as a share ownership scheme, because the shares don't end up getting into the hands of the employees or beneficiaries. Obviously, each time you need to look at it from the terms of the scheme and see to what extent can you be able to convince the Commission otherwise. But there's some challenges. And then there are certain aspects of ESOPs. Doesn't matter whether they are vesting or non-vesting. There are certain aspects that are always problematic from a BE Commission's perspective. The one, obviously, is the fact that ESOPs, by their very nature, are linked to employment. Witnesses employed by ENS. Imagine I leave ENS and then I still participate in an ENS ESOP whilst I'm having employment elsewhere. It doesn't make sense, right? So those are the challenges, and particularly where the ESOPs are evergreen. Evergreen in the sense that you remain the holder of the shares in an ESOP or beneficiary in an ESOP for as long as you remain an employee, meaning you can't dispose of the shares for as long as you remain an employee. And you look at it and say, but maybe the Commission is right. Why should I not? I should have a right to deal with my shares the way I want to, because those shares are mine. I've worked for them for the period that I've been part of the employer. Now those shares are vested in me. I should decide whether I want to dispose them off or not. I think that's fair. On the other hand, the employers put together an ESOP simply to ensure that the employees get empowered. Secondly, to ensure that the employer gets empowered itself, right? And if you dispose of those shares, then it may create some empowerment issues from an employer perspective, right? And then the forfeiture. Forfeiture it's one key element. I've given you an example where I leave, right? I leave ENS, I resign that's a bad leaver, or I get fired because I stole money, or I beat someone at ENS, I became violent, did some stupid things here, and I get fired, right, as a bad leaver. And I forfeit my shares. There couldn't be any right reason why you shouldn't actually forfeit, right? But the B Commission feels that because witness has earned those shares at a time when those shares were issued to him, he should continue to hold those shares, even if he has beaten someone and then was violent and he leaves and gets fired. Those are some of the things that, we always grapple with. And the mere fact that an ESOP by its very nature is linked to employment. Surely if I'm a bad leaver, why should I benefit from being a bad person, really? And then voting issues as well as economic interests, as I've indicated, are really key. And they are okay in the sense that when shares do get to vest, right, I can vote those shares because they're in my name, right? But for as long as those shares haven't yet vested, it's difficult for me to then exercise rights that accrue to shares because I'm not necessarily a holder of those shares at a time. It's the same thing with the phantom scheme or unit scheme, where the trust basically owns the shares. I don't own the shares. I'm just a beneficiary of a unit that is linked to the shares. So I can't exercise those voting rights. Then we grapple around the voting rights aspect, as I've indicated earlier on during the start of my conversation with you. That in those instances, how do you then argue that the employee has voting rights under those circumstances? But then you go back to what I indicated earlier on, that the trustees of the scheme, because they are the ones who legally are the holders of the shares, should exercise those voting rights. So that's the ESOP. Next slide, please. Trusts. I've touched on trusts. Trusts are, again, problematic to some extent, in the sense that they've been abused. So the source is the commission, and when I say they have been abused, I'm not saying that they have said that. I'm saying these are my words, but basically they have seen that people use trusts not for the purpose for which the trust had been set up. You find that there are beneficiaries who are not necessarily beneficiaries. People's names have been included as beneficiaries, but they don't get anything. So that is why forever and a day, the Commission has some skepticism when it comes to trusts, and skeptical about the manner in which trusts are applied from an ownership perspective. And particularly where you don't have listed beneficiaries, it becomes even much more problematic because you're not able to track who has actually received the benefits. Understanding that in a trust setup where it's a large group of beneficiaries, you can actually apply the class identification in terms of the rules, right? The biggest challenge here is in those instances where you find that the beneficiaries come and go. I gave you an example of a broad-based scheme of a community, and you identify the beneficiaries by a class within the community. And I'm one of the class of the beneficiaries at a time, but the following year I'm not there, and I can't be a beneficiary, right? And there are many ways in which this can be achieved, but it's always a challenge. You identify those beneficiaries And those that have received benefits one way or another will be beneficiaries. The fact that I'm a particular member of a particular community does not necessarily make me a beneficiary until I have received benefits. But it's another challenge. Again, issues around the fact that beneficiaries don't have voting rights. I touched on it earlier on and explained that the Trust Property Control Act does not seem to provide such right to beneficiaries in the normal course. Those benefits are exercised by the trustees. Voting rights, so I mean. The fact that trustees have too much discretion with little and no approval being obtained or required from the beneficiaries, again, that's a problem from a B Commission's perspective. Whereas from a trust law perspective, it's normal, right? And if you look at the rules applicable to trust, there aren't any of those, because I think the rules do recognize that the trustees are the ones who are supposed to exercise those rights. Again, sometimes when you have these discussions, you can see that there's a little bit of comparison between trust companies as well as between beneficiaries and shareholders. And once you start to get to those levels, it's going to be difficult to then have certain aspects of trusts have certain elements that a company has. Next slide. So having gone through all of these, I thought maybe I can just give you some snippets of the annual report that was issued by the B Commission. It was issued sometime this year, second quarter, around April of 2022. And it's in respect of the calendar year 2021. So the report it's an annual report by the B Commission. It focuses on certain reporting aspects by SOEs, listed companies, and interestingly, the Section 13G of the B Act says that it's public companies that have to report, and I'm not too sure whether it's public companies from the Companies Act class of companies perspective or not, because if it is, even those that are not listed should actually report, but that's a topic for another day, right? So SOEs, public companies and government entities or government departments are supposed to provide reports on their compliance with the B Act, and then there are certain entities that are required to, or basically there's requirement to lodge your B certificates with the portal of the B Commission, right? And it is from those public records that the B Commission then picks up and compile this report. And then again, the elements of the B scorecard will then be applied in each one of the reporting requirements, and the B Commission compiles a report based on those elements. And what the report has found is that there has been a decrease in Black ownership, right? And again, it is quite important to look back at the source, right? The source is listed companies, because this is publicly available information, meaning anything else that is privately held, we don't know, save where there might have been reporting by those privately held entities. But there has been a decline of Black ownership in listed entities from 29.5%, from 31% to 29.5%. And then there has been a decrease again from management control from 57% to 51%. And at some point there were 100% Black owned listed entity. There's none. This is in accordance with the report, by the way. It's not my own research on the JSE. I haven't done that. I just saw this from the report. And then the biggest concern that the report highlights is the fact that while there's improvement in submitting compliance reports, a lot more can be done. If you check in the report, you can see that even government entities are not necessarily compliant with their requirements to submit reports in terms of Section 13 of the 13G in particular of the BE Act. And then there's a decline in uploading the B certificates on the portal. And this is supposed to be done by the verification agencies. So they need to do slightly more to improve on that. Next slide. The report says that there has been 500 B transactions since 2017, and they are worth 600 billion rand. I'm sure there's been more. Because these are, as I indicated, these are those that are in the public domain. There certainly are more. And if you only look at the listed transactions, that's the number. Whether that's a good number or not, since 5 years ago, I don't know, you be the judge. You remember one of the issues that I raised as part of the concerns that had been raised by the B Commission over a period of time is the fact that some of the fancy footing in putting together the structures for B transaction is loathed by the B Commission. And again, the report does highlight that fact, that they're really expensive and cumbersome funding structures that are put in place for transactions. I wish we could actually find simpler ones that would probably facilitate quicker realization of benefits by B participants. It's just so difficult because someone comes in and get 5% of a very profitable business, but I don't have the money to put down to pay for that 5%. Someone has to give me the money, and I don't have anything. I don't have any security. It's always difficult, very difficult. I sympathize with the B Commission for that. I fully sympathize with the funders as well. I wish there could be a middle ground. It's really difficult. Fronting practice remains a big concern. We see that all the time. We see that there has been quite a number of investigations that have been undertaken by the B Commission. Sometimes it's actually very, very sad. Really, really, really sad. Some case where the fronting exercise, unfortunately, is also facilitated by the verification agencies themselves. They look this way instead of looking that way to check whether there's funding or not. It's very sad. And there's a case that was investigated by the commission where non-Black South Africans were put as shareholders, and this entity was able to get into some public entities and got business, and through a B verification certificate issued by an agency, which certainly if they had gone and checked properly, they could have seen that these guys who are shareholders are not necessarily Black people. Therefore, the company shouldn't actually have the level of BEE ownership that it alleges to have. So we just need to make sure that we don't get to those kind of levels. We do what is right. No, it's hard to do what is right sometimes, but rather do what is right than get to levels where you front or you commit a fronting practice. And certainly, like I've just said now, that if you apply the B Act appropriately, there could be real and meaningful BEE achieved, certainly by both. I mean, we all say that BEE it's the right thing to do because the company which is empowered is able to get contracts that it wouldn't otherwise get, and those that are the empowering shareholders, participants, are getting the benefit, right? So it's not like it's really one-sided. It's really a win-win situation if it's done properly and it's done right. I've just spoken about the investigations that are forever being undertaken by the B Commission. The investigations, if you do have time, you can actually check in their website. There's stuff on their website, although some of them are slightly old. But you can see what has been happening from the BE Commission investigations. And in the report, they say that they have recommended to Parliament and the DTIC to basically put in some administrative sanctions so that there can be some teeth in whatever sanctions that are issued by the Commission. Largely, as you would see, I mean, just the case that I've just given you now, the guys who committed the fronting practice were just asked to attend training, and the verification agency was asked to issue an apology, and all of those things. It's okay because at least there is some aspect of findings that had been made by the Commission, but I think there's slightly more that needs to be done to make sure that people don't just do these things and said, I'm going to just go get trained. So I think that's me for this. Thanks for listening. If you do have questions, happy to take those. Check if there's any. I cannot see any questions. The next session, I think, started 2. Balindile, my colleague Balindile, Shezi, and Spamandla will be taking you through the new interesting development in employment law, in particular employment equity, and what's going on in that front. You have a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, witness and all the speakers of this morning. As indicated, we will be taking a break and come back at 2 o'clock. And we hope to, that you'll be joining us for the rest of the afternoon, and looking forward to the interesting sessions that are still to come. Please don't forget to fill and complete the survey, and more importantly, to tweet with the hashtags that are there on the screen. And we really appreciate you having spent this morning with us, and we'll see you back here again at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone has had a good lunch and a good break. I certainly had an opportunity to step into some of the discussions earlier on, which were quite interesting. I am joined by my colleagues Pamandla Dube, and we will be discussing with you some of the important developments in the employment equity space. Some of us may still remember in March, there was the introduction of the harassment code, or rather the code of good practice on the prevention and elimination of harassment in the workplace. Pamandla is going to take us through some of the important developments in that space. And also just recently on the 31st of August, the Department of Employment and Labor announced that the long awaited bill on the amendments to the Employment Equity Act would be assented to by the President anytime before the end of December. And it is anticipated, or rather it is intended, that once signed into law, the amendments will take effect on the 1st of September 2023. So we'll be talking to you also about what that means for each of our businesses, the kind of things that we should take cognizance of and already start preparing for when the amendments take effect. So without further ado, I will hand you over to Pamandla, who will take us through the harassment code. Thank you, Pamandla.
Thank you, Balindile. Good afternoon, everyone. As Balindile has indicated, in March this year, the Minister of Labour published the Code of Good Practice on Harassment in the Workplace in terms of Section 54 of the Employment Equity Act. But to give some background as to why the minister published the code, last year on 29 November 2021, South Africa became one of the countries to ratify the convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work of the International Labour Organization. It's generally referred to as a Convention 190. In summary, Convention 190 is aimed at protecting workers and other persons in the world of work. So when a country like South Africa then ratifies the convention, the country is required then to implement the convention. This requires that national legislation be reviewed in relation to the provision of the convention. Then in South Africa, for purposes of implementing the convention, the Minister of Employment and Labor then published the code. The harassment code has far-reaching, open-ended consequences, and it is intended to address the prevention, elimination, and management of all forms of harassment in the workplace and in any activity linked to or arising out of work, including sexual harassment, racial or ethnic social origin harassment. So by way of background again, the harassment code, which came into effect this year, repeals and replaces the amended code of good practice on the handling of sexual harassment cases in the workplace. This is the code that has been applicable in South Africa for some time, since 2005. It was also issued in terms of the Employment Equity Act. Now, with the introduction of this new harassment code, the previous code of 2005 has now been repealed, and issues of sexual harassment are now covered as part of the broader harassment code. The harassment code, like all the codes that are issued by the Minister of Labour, it is a guideline that is intended to provide employers with information that may assist them in implementing the Employment Equity Act. And the harassment code emphasizes that in terms of Section 6, subsection 3 of the Employment Equity Act, any form of harassment of an employee constitutes unfair discrimination and a barrier to equity and equality in the workplace. Sorry. Now, perhaps the first question is, to whom does the Harassment Code applies. It applies to all employers and employees as provided for in the Employment Equity Act and includes applicants for employment and volunteers who assist a business or who assist an employer. The code further provides that an employer is regarded as a person who employs another person, regardless of whether they operate in an informal or formal sector and whether or not they operate a commercial undertaking. It recognizes that individuals could become victims of or be perpetrators of harassment, including but not limited to clients of the employer, suppliers of the employer, contractors, or any other people who interact with the employer. And in that regard, then it imposes a duty on the employers to take active steps to try and prevent or ensure that employees in the workplace are not subjected to harassment of any form. The next issue I just want to cover as part of the introduction is when does the code apply? And it provides that it applies in any situation where an employee is working or which is related to their work. This includes work-related trips, events or social activities, work-related communication, including online platforms. And just to give an example, in 2014, there was another case decided by the Labour Appeal Court of Campbell Scientific Africa versus Siemens, where the employee had allegedly sexually harassed a contractor or a consultant when they were on a business trip outside the country. As part of the employee's defense there, the employee tried to say, well, this happened outside of work and outside working hours. However, the Labour Appeal Court found that, well, it was a work-related trip, so it still applies and the employer still has a duty to take steps to address issues relating to sexual harassment in those instances. So you can see then that the code now has been drafted to take into account such instances. That's why then it says it applies in situations where employees are involved or are involved in work-related trips. So what is harassment in terms of the code? The code defines harassment as unwanted conduct which impairs dignity, creates a hostile or intimidating work environment, or has the effect of inducing submission through actual or threatened adverse consequences. And harassment is related to one or more grounds of discrimination which are prohibited in terms of Section 6.1 of the Employment Equity Act. As you may know, Section 6.1 of the Employment Equity Act prohibits unfair discrimination on various grounds like sex, gender, age, social origin, and that kind of stuff. So harassment is one then of the grounds that are prohibited. And in terms of this new code, harassment includes psychological, emotional, sexual, gender-based, and racial abuse. But it also includes stuff like use of physical force, whether threatened or actual, against another person. The code recognizes that harassment is an abuse of power and is more likely to affect vulnerable employees. It also recognizes that the intersection of factors such as race, religion, gender, or disability may increase the risk of harassment in the workplace, which is why then it all goes further to give example as to what may constitute harassment in a general sense. In this case, because the code is so broad, almost any unwanted conduct which impairs dignity or creates a hostile or intimidating work environment may be found to be harassment. Some of the examples that are listed in the Code of Good Practice as forms of harassment include spreading malicious rumors against fellow employees, withholding work-related information or supplying incorrect information to fellow employees, intolerance of psychological or medical or other personal circumstances, sabotaging or impeding the performance of work by fellow employees, use of disciplinary or administrative sanction without objective cause or efforts at solving the problem. So where the employer simply decides to impose any disciplinary sanction without any valid reason to an employee, in addition to the employee having a right to refer that on challenge to the CCMA as unfair labor practice, the code also recognizes that as a form of harassment. So which means the employee might have a right to refer some form of unfair discrimination case against an employer. In addition to the examples that I've just explained, the code specifically refers to a number of new forms of harassment, such as passive, aggressive, or covert harassment. In this regard, the code includes examples such as negative gossip or joking at someone's expense, sarcasm, and condescending eye contact as form of passive, aggressive, or covert harassment. In addition, the code also recognizes the creation of a hostile work environment through mobbing or bullying of an individual by a group, and some forms of online harassment as additional forms of harassment in the workplace. So where an employee goes on to bully or publicize information about fellow employee, which can be understood to be harassment, that's a form then of harassment, and the employer has a duty to take steps to address such conduct. And the test, when it comes to assessing whether the conduct of an employee or any individual constitutes harassment, the test is an objective test. And what is important is that the code states that the question of whether or not the conduct constitutes harassment should be assessed objectively, but from the perspective of an employee who alleges harassment. If now you look at that to say, well, they say that you must assess it from the perspective of an employee, that suggests that the test may be subjective because you are looking at it from the eyes of an employee who alleges harassment. However, the code provides clear that the test needs to be objective, but it's just that it's from the perspective. So when assessing this conduct, you still need to remain objective and from a reasonable person perspective. Look at all the information that is before you and assess whether or not the conduct may be deemed to constitute harassment. And what is also important when it comes to the code throughout, either when dealing with sexual harassment or harassment in general, or else when dealing with racial harassment, the code provides that it is not necessary to establish the intention of the perpetrators on the perpetrator's part. It's a certain conduct when it comes to when it comes to the perpetration of harassment in the workplace. Certain conduct is assumed to be unwelcome and unwanted. So it's not a defense for the perpetrator to come and say, oh, well, it was not my intention to harass this person. No, you need to understand that certain conduct is simply unwelcome in the workplace. So that's just an update insofar as the general issues of harassment that have been catered for in the code are concerned. The one issue that I just want to touch on also when it comes to sexual harassment, there's been a slight change on sexual harassment in that previously the Code of Good Practice on Handling Sexual Harassment defined sexual harassment, or the test for sexual harassment was that, it's unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature that violates the rights of an employee and constitutes barrier to equity. Now, in terms of the new Code of Good Practice, the harassment code, that test has been changed. It's no longer a requirement that it's unwelcome conduct. So, but now it says, it still says it's unwelcome conduct of a sexual nature, but it has added to say which may be direct, whether it is direct or indirect, that the perpetrator knows or ought to have known that is unwelcome. Again, as I indicated earlier on, the perpetrator, there's some conduct in the workplace that you need to know that is unwelcome. So the code also assumes and say, you as a perpetrator, you need to know, or you ought to have known that the conduct is unwelcome. That has been the slight change when it comes to the test for sexual harassment. And then lastly, the code deals with racial harassment, and it lists various instances as to what may constitute racial harassment. In this regard, it talks about abusive language and racist joke, cartoons, or memes. It also refers to racially offensive written or virtual material, including online harassment. As I explained earlier on, when you post certain issues on social media now, that it can be deemed to be a form of online harassment. And if it's racially offensive, then again, the employer then have a duty to take action or to address such conduct. It's further, the code also lists issues such as racist name calling or negative stereotyping impacting on a person's dignity. That's a form of racial harassment, and the code addresses how employers should deal with that. When it comes to the procedures, they are more or less the same as what was covered in terms of the code of good practice of handling when it comes to handling sexual harassment in the workplace. The employer still needs to investigate and deal with any complaints of harassment that are brought to the employer's attention. And those complaints, the employer, depending on the nature of the complaint or how the complainant wishes for the complaint to be addressed, the employer may deal with it in an informal or formal manner. And that also then requires the employers, what is emphasized on the code is that employers must try to have a zero tolerance approach when it comes to harassment cases. But as you will know, is that when it comes to labor law, each and every case must be judged on its own merits. You can't have a blanket rule to say, if you commit harassment, then you are dismissed or it's a warning. You judge each and every case on its own merit. You assess what is the conduct that is complained of, how severe it is, and whether the complainant, how the complainant also wishes for the conduct to be addressed. But it's important to just highlight that even in circumstances where the complainant might say they want to follow an informal process, if the conduct is so severe to say the employer warrants that serious action must be taken, the employer is still within its right to take such action. Lastly, another issue that has been added is that where an employee, as you know, that in terms of the Code of Good Practice on Handling Sexual Harassment, it provided that if at the employer's discretion, if it's possible, an employee who suffers a sexual harassment must be provided with additional leave, but that's subject to the employer's discretion. In terms of the new code, that is still emphasized, but it has also added that if an employee who experiences harassment and that results in an employee being ill for longer than 2 weeks, the employee can claim illness benefits in terms of Section 20 of the Unemployment Insurance Act. So that's the new thing that has been added in terms of the code, that the employee can claim from the UIF where they are ill as a result of harassment for a period longer than 2 weeks. Finally, it's just to bring to your attention that since the code has been issued in terms of the Employment Equity Act, and the Act requires that employers eliminate any conduct which is harassment in the workplace, it's important to just highlight that in terms of Section 60 of the Employment Equity Act, where the employer fails to take reasonable steps to address any conduct which is a form of discrimination or harassment in the workplace, such an employer may be held vicariously liable for the conduct of the alleged perpetrator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spamandla. If we can ask anyone who has any questions for Spamandla to please post them in the Q&A box, and we will try and take them as we go along. But Spamandla, whilst our attendees put their questions in the Q&A box, I am just wondering, and this is a question that has been asked surprisingly more than once, given that the code is a guideline, can employers disregard it and continue in a business as usual form with whatever mechanisms they had in place prior to the implementation of the code?
Thanks, Valindile. Look, legally speaking, the code is not legislation or subordinate legislation, but we have seen in terms of the case law that commissioners at the CCMA or judges in the labor court, when they need to determine issues relating to harassment, as I indicated earlier on, we had the code of good practice on the handling of sexual harassment, and the judges and commissioners in the labor court, they have been taking the code into account in determining matters, to an extent that some of the judgments, on top of my head, I can think of the Rustenburg Platinum Mines versus UWASA on behalf of Peterson, where the labor court was critical of the commissioner for having failed to take into account the provisions of the code in determining a sexual harassment matter. And the court went to an extent of saying failing to take the code into account may in certain circumstances be a reviewable irregularity on the part of the commissioner, because the code is there to guide employers and commissioners. But we also know that in terms of the Labor Relations Act, section 203, if I'm not mistaken, provides that any commissioner who are determining cases of dismissal, they need to take into account the Code of Good Practice on dismissal, which is issued in terms of the Labor Relations Act. And we have seen that the arbitrators in the labor court, the arbitrators in the CCMA or bargaining council, they take into account the code, and if the employer has failed to comply with the code in dismissing an employee, they tend to find the dismissal to have been procedurally unfair. So the short answer is that it is not a legislation, but you need to take it into account because it is issued or published to advise or to assist the employers in implementing the provisions of the Employment Equity Act. But most importantly, another point is that this is issued in terms of the Employment Equity Act, and the purpose is to guide employers in eliminating harassment in the workplace. Harassment is prohibited in terms of the Employment Equity Act. So by default, if you follow the code or comply with the code, you will be taking steps to ensure that you don't breach the Employment Equity Act itself.
Okay, and I guess in short, what I hear to say is employers who are minded to ignore the provisions of the code do so at their own peril, because if and when there's a matter, it may very well turn on the provisions of the code, and then they will already be exposed to liability.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. I don't see any other questions, but please feel free to continue posting them. We will answer them as we go along. In the interest of time, perhaps let me just kick off with the next element, which is the amendments to the Employment Equity Act. As I've said at the start, on the 31st of August this year, there was an announcement, a press release by the Department of Employment and Labor regarding the amendments which have been in the pipelines, if I'm not mistaken, since as early as 2018. And now that these amendments have gained some traction, essentially what they are designed to do, at least in terms of the explanatory memorandum, the feeling is that there has been very slow progress in addressing employment equity, that employers are not being ambitious enough in their employment equity plans, or where the employment equity plans are adequate, that the employment equity plans are not being complied with. In fact, I'm reminded of an occasion where we were representing a client and we were negotiating the penalty with the Department of Labor. So I went to see one of the inspectors, and he mentioned to me that one of the biggest concerns is that employers are actually starting to budget for the penalties that will be levied for non-compliance with the employment equity provisions of the EEA, such that they would rather pay a penalty as opposed to comply. So I imagine part of these concerns are what have fed into some of the amendments that we see in the Employment Equity Act. There's a few amendments, but we're only going to highlight those which we think are material and that we think you should be concerning yourselves with in the course of managing your businesses. The first amendment that I just want to briefly touch on is the amendment of the definition of people with disabilities. Essentially, so as it currently stands, the definition of people with disabilities is any person or who has a mental or physical impairment, which limits their prospects of entering into or advancing in their employment. The amendments that have been made are made with the intention of aligning our definition of people with disabilities with the definition that is found in the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities 2007, which is a slightly broader definition. So the new definition is intended to read, it's going to be people who have a physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory, I beg your pardon, impairment, which in interaction with various barriers may substantially limit that person's prospects of entering into or advancing in their employment. So the key introduction is the addition of intellectual impairment and sensory impairment. Now, in my view, this is designed to cater for conditions such as dyslexia, ADHD, which would not have been covered under the traditional definition of mental impairment. So why is this important? If we remember, the Employment Equity Act has a bifurcation of responsibilities. The first deals with the prohibition and elimination of unfair discrimination. Then the second one deals with employment equity. So under the prohibition or elimination of unfair discrimination, it really is, the aim there is to prohibit employers from unfairly discriminating against employees against the whole list of listed grounds, as well as on arbitrary grounds. Whereas under the employment equity or affirmative action leg, the idea is to redress inequities as a result of previous discriminatory laws. So we need to then worry about this new definition to make sure that when we are dealing with the day-to-day treatment of our employees, we do not unintentionally leave out persons who have intellectual or sensory impairments out of the definition of disability, and we make sure that those people are adequately accommodated and catered for in other ways. Similarly, when we are in our efforts to redress the effects of unfair discrimination, so when we are talking about affirmative action, we need to make sure that we cater for such persons as well. The next important definition, or rather amendment, deals with psychological tests and similar assessments. As some of us will know, in the current reading of the Employment Equity Act, psychological tests and similar assessments are prohibited unless 4 requirements are met. The first is that the test has been scientifically verified for or tested for validity and reliability. The second requirement is that it is fairly applicable to all employees. And 3, it must not be unbiased against any particular employee or group of employees. And finally, it must be certified by the Health Professionals Council of South Africa. We will recall some of us that I think it's been a while now, probably 2015, 2016. There was a matter that went before the High Court of South Africa, and essentially what the court found, the HPCSA made some representations, is that our Health Professionals Council does not have the capacity or the ability to certify these tests. So as a result, that particular provision requiring the certification of psychological tests and similar assessments was then impugned. So this amendment seeks to redress that, and it now is no longer a requirement that psychological tests and similar assessments must be certified. This will probably come as a relief, a great relief to HR practitioners, as it is one less headache for them to worry about, especially because we know a lot of the employers use psychometric testing as part of their recruitment tools. The third amendment, which I'll quickly go through, is the deletion of the definition of designated employer. You will recall that a designated employer was anyone who had 50 and above employees, or if you have less than 50, if you met the particular threshold associated with your particular sector. That has now been taken out, and the intention, at least as explained in the explanatory memorandum, is to try and make less hurdles for employers to have to go through. So it's no longer will be a requirement for persons who have less than 50 employees to report, or rather to elect to report in terms of the employment equity provisions. The amendments that I would like to particularly focus on today then deal with the introduction of sector targets. I think that's one of the most important amendments that should be getting our attention. Essentially, what the new Section 15A is intended to do is it's going to introduce, or to empower rather the minister to introduce sectorial targets. And these sectoral targets can differentiate between occupational levels, between subsections, between regions, and any other relevant factor. It is intended that once the minister must consult with the different sectors, and once he has come to a view as to what the sectoral targets ought to be per sector, and in whatever the varying distinctions, that he will then publicize that in the Government Gazette and invite comments for about 30 days. Now, 30 days is not a lot of time. Once that becomes a law, everyone within the sectors is going to have to comply unless they can show reasonable grounds on why compliance is not possible. For these reasons, we are encouraging all our clients to organize themselves and to make sure that they are part of the discussions before the minister sets the sectoral targets, so that their voices can be heard, including whatever sectoral limitations or barriers that may exist to advancing employment equity, etc. From the publication, or rather the media release, it appears that the department has already consulted with some of the sectors, including education, water supply, sewage management, accommodation, and food services, human and health and social worker, beg your pardon, agriculture, forestry and fishing, wholesale and retail trade, repair of motor vehicles and motorcycles, administrative and support, professional, scientific and technical, electrical, gas, etc., and as well as the financial and insurance activities. What we understand to be some of the sectors that they intend to consult with between now and the end of September next year will be mining and quarry, public administration and defense, manufacturing, information and communication, construction and real estate. In my view, until such time that the minister makes up his mind as to what is going to be the proposed sectoral targets, nothing ought to stop employers in the sectors where consultations have already happened from continuing to engage with the minister through the department. What is of significant importance is that there's now an amendment to Section 53 of the Employment Equity Act. Section 53 of the Employment Equity Act, very briefly, is the act that regulates the issuance of certificates to employers who intend to do business with organs of state. So if you intend to make an offer to an organ of state to do business, or whether it be for the letting of services or business in any other form, you are required to secure for yourself a certificate in terms of Section 53. Now, the new amendments provide that that certificate may only be issued if an employer has complied with the applicable sectoral targets or has raised a reasonable ground for non-compliance, if they have submitted the most recent employment equity report, and if within the previous 12 months, that employer has not been found to have breached the provisions on unfair discrimination or has paid wages below the minimum wages. So that is, in my mind, is a very important amendment and has the potential to have an impact on our business and therefore, in my mind, employers should be taking these amendments very, very seriously and should be making all efforts to ensure that they are compliant, and especially because the only defense you have for not being compliant with a sectoral target is raising a reasonable ground. Now, what would be a reasonable ground remains unknown at this present moment. This is it's going to be part of the jurisprudence as it develops. So in my mind, there's every incentive for us as employers participating in this process now, and whenever the minister publishes the sectoral targets, or the proposed sectoral targets rather. Finally, as we understand it, it is intended that the sectoral targets be implemented or be effective with the from the 1st of September 2024. So the Employment Amendment Acts come into effect on the 1st of September 2022. There will be a year where the minister gets his house in order to implement the sectoral targets. And then from that point forward, there is going to then be the implementation of the sectoral targets that we will have to all comply with. So we will wait to see what is it that the minister has to say and what is it that the sectoral targets look like. And as and when that developments, we will definitely keep everyone apprised. Perhaps let me stop at this moment. I see we've got 7 minutes left, and see if we can then take questions, Pamani. If I can again encourage people to place their questions in the Q&A box.
But indeed, I see we currently don't have any questions in the chat box, but perhaps can you assist here? When you were dealing with the issue of people with disabilities, the amended definition in terms of the amendment bill, you mentioned now that it includes intellectual or sensory impairment. Now, help me here, because issues like that, it's not something that you can see like a normal physical impairment or disability. I like to think that an employee will have to disclose that. And how do you deal with that? And are there any proper considerations that you need to take into account?
Thanks, Pamela. So very briefly, as things stand, there is a code of good practice for human resources activities around around people with disabilities. Just give me a second. I think it is called the Code of Good Practice, Employment of Persons with Disabilities. And item 14.2 deals with disclosures. And in terms of item 14.2, it is not a requirement, or rather employees are not compelled to disclose. Of course, what comes with that is that if an employee doesn't disclose, then as an employer, you are not in a position to put in place the reasonable accommodations, etc., to make sure that there is an elimination or prohibition of unfair discrimination. Of course, if it is known to you, you must put in those measures, and it will not be good enough to say, actually, they didn't disclose to me, because obviously you would have known about it. But having said that, if an employee does disclose that they've got a disability, as an employer, if it is not something that is readily visible to you, you can ask for evidence. That evidence can take different forms. It could even include requesting the employee to undergo some form of test so that you can satisfy yourself that indeed this disability exists, and also the nature and extent of the disability, so that you then as an employer can then put into place the necessary accommodation measures to make sure that the advancement in the workplace or any other barrier for that matter has been eliminated. So what is of interest, I see here, the question is what ability does an employer have in feeding into the list of infringements of the Employment Equity Act that then lead into the certificate. The reality is, as things stand, as I understand, the department intends to take information fed into the system on face value. And they intend to set up some form of system. But why this is important, there's an arbitration award that came out earlier this year in the Education Bargaining Council. And essentially what happens in this particular matter is it is an unfair labor practice matter. And the employee is not satisfied because she has not been promoted into the position of a principal. During the contestation for this position, there were about just over 70 applications. Only 5 persons are shortlisted. Of those 5, 4 are male, 1 is a female. In terms of the department's employment equity plan, at that particular occupational level for principals, it has been identified that the department is underrepresented with females. So what then happens is only 4 people turn up to the interview, and of the 4 people, the female employee performs the poorest. So they are all scored, and she scores about 11. The person who scores the highest is about 25 points, and in between the highest score and the lowest score, I beg your pardon, is a score of 14 and 15. The school governing body then recommends the person with the highest score, which is a male practitioner. The department then comes back and says, dear school governing body, we have this imperative where we are trying to redress employment equity, and in particular, our low representation with females in this particular occupational level. Give us motivations why there is no female that has been deemed to be worthy. Long story short, they make their representations, and most peculiar, the commissioner finds that yes, this employee probably would never have qualified for this position, but because they were an employment equity candidate, that ought to have been taken into account, and the person probably would have scored about 3rd as opposed to 4th. But you don't have to undo your process. Whoever's the incumbent, they can stay in the process. But, and this is for me, is what is a little bit concerning. The commissioner says, the reason why I am finding in favor of this employee is because you have not complied with the employment equity plan. That has elements of unfair discrimination. And because it has elements of unfair discrimination, I find you wanting. For that reason, he awards the employee 40,000 Rand. But what concerns me is something, this had nothing to do with unfair discrimination when it started. It was a pure unfair labor practice claim. But now the findings is suddenly rooted in unfair discrimination. And what makes me worried is that those type of findings may be the very reasons that employers are not given the certificates, which then becomes a prohibition in doing business with the state. I see we've run out of time. What we've done for you is, you'll see in the chat box, there is a link. That link, if you go to that link, you'll go onto the employment department's website. And in that website, you will find all of the publications that we've made on the various developments in employment law. And both of the issues that we have discussed with you today, we have published news flashes, and you will find the detail that you need, that we have discussed with you also on our website. So Spamandla, it remains for me to just thank our audience for their time, and to then hand over for the next session. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks, Valendile. Our next session is going to take place at 3 o'clock with Jessica Blumenthal, who will be talking about ESG.
Let's meet down at the lonely lake before summer has gone away. Swim out under a broken sky. Cold sun colored with shades of white. Wave goodbye to last summer. Cold air coming away soon. So let's lay under the falling moon. Tell me something about yourself. told you no one else. Say goodbye to lonely nights of last summer. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to lonely nights of last summer.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 3 o'clock session. I'm hoping that you can all see me on your screens. My name is Jessica Blumenthal, and I'm a director in the Banking and Finance Department of ENSafrica, here to talk to you today about ESG. The presentation I'd like to give today is really very much an introductory presentation, a bit of a whirlwind tour, if you like, to take you through some of the main principles and issues and things for you to consider in respect of your own businesses arising from the rapidly developing ESG area. And I guess with all the momentum we're experiencing, everything you would have heard in the press around ESG, it's a fast-paced, fast-changing area, and it's really good to have a bit of a general understanding as to what it is and how it impacts you, and that's essentially what I'm going to talk to today. I am going to share a presentation with you, and of course, as you would have seen from the slide above, you are welcome to ask any questions as I go. You can use the Q&A block at the bottom of your screen to ask me any questions that you'd like. If we don't get through them in the time available to us, then I can always come back to you afterwards if you use the Q&A block, because I'll have your details there. So let me share the presentation. Give me one moment. Hopefully this will work for me. Okay, there we go. And I'm just going to put it into presenter mode. Sorry, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, so hopefully you can all see that. So before we start, I thought it would be helpful to start with an ESG definition, because again, as I said, this is a word that's been, or an acronym at least, that has been thrown around recently a lot. And before we start unpacking it, we should just really understand what's meant by it. ESG is an umbrella term. It stands for environmental, social, and governance factors, and it's really just a shorthand way of referring to those factors. But those factors themselves can be unpacked further. So under the heading of environmental, there are, of course, several different things to be taken into account, or several different factors to be concerned with. Climate change, resource depletion, waste, pollution, deforestation. And under the social heading, there are, of course, also several factors that can be taken into account under that heading. The same for governance, and you'll see some of those listed on the slide. But when we talk about factors, what does that really mean? So these headings, environmental, social, governance, these headings that reflect all these myriad of factors to be taken into account, what does that mean in day-to-day life? Essentially, these are factors other than financial factors like profit, creditworthiness, factors that should be taken into account by companies at all levels. So from the board of directors of the company in setting the strategy or the policy of the company, from the management team in operationalizing that policy, from the employees in implementing those operational aspects of the policies. Right through the company, these factors should guide the business, because if these factors are taken into account, the business will truly be serving not only the shareholders and chasing profit, but the business will also be sustainable into the future and able to serve people and planet as well. You'll hear of commentators talking about the servicing of profit, people, and planet, the 3 Ps. But these are not only factors that are relevant within an organization. So through that hierarchy of the board of directors, management, employees, they're also relevant to our customers and to investors. So investors will take ESG factors into account when deciding where to place their money, or in directing the people who look after their money, so pension funds, insurance companies, banks, as to where to place their money. ESG factors can drive investments from investors, and on the other side of the spectrum, they can drive purchases by consumers. So consumers will also take ESG factors into account when exercising their purchasing power and making a purchasing decision. So really, the short little acronym ESG permeates everything, all aspects of commercial life. It permeates everything and all elements of the commercial chain. Where did it come from, and why is it suddenly such a hot topic? So ESG, the acronym was first coined in 2005, pursuant to this UNEP report that you can see a picture of on the screen. And Paul Clements Hunt, who people call the father of ESG, one of the contributors to the report, coined the phrase in 2005. So it's been around for a long time. In our South African legislation, we find it in the pension funds regulations of 2011, requiring pension fund trustees to take environmental, social, and governance factors into account when making investment decisions in respect of the pension fund assets. And we find it in the King Code, King 4 of 2016, requiring it to be considered by boards, or requiring these factors to be considered by boards of the company and to be important in the management of the company. It's picked up speed in 2019 in South Africa. We saw our regulator, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, the FSCA, issuing guidance to pension funds and, in a sense, the asset management industry, stressing to them that they should be taking environmental, social, and governance factors into account as long-term investors if they wish to make investments that are sustainable and will yield results for the pensioners who are members of the pension fund. So that was guidance issued in 2019 already by our regulators. And all of that has snowballed and picked up momentum right up to where we are today in 2022, where you have to have been living under a stone to not hear people mentioning ESG and to not be aware of all the developments in the EU, the legislative changes there, which are pushing through to us here in Africa and are starting to shape and drive legislative developments here as well. But you'll see I've also stuck across the slide, it's just a snip of a headline, and it's a quote from Paul Clements Hunt, the person who coined the phrase ESG back in 2005. And this quote, he's calling it a whirligig, it's a whirlwind. And we see that in the press as well, is that as the ESG movement or focus on these factors has picked up speed over the years, and as legislative changes have caught up with that, it's become a bit of a feeding frenzy, to be honest. And so now in this new evolution of the ESG movement, what we're seeing is an increased focus on greenwashing, on misrepresentations around the use of ESG. So funds and indexes being set up, proclaiming to be ESG compliant, proclaiming to be driving capital into ESG projects, but in fact using the label incorrectly. So we're in quite a complicated and difficult time at the moment, where there is incredible scrutiny on companies and the way that they proclaim themselves to be taking ESG into account. And because of that, of course, there is heightened risk, but also an increasing responsibility to really come to grips with ESG and to consider it holistically and substantively, not merely as a compliance activity or as a marketing opportunity. So in case you needed any other motivation to understand why is ESG relevant, as I've said, the media has been awash with crises and disasters that are befalling the world. The world, we refer to the world as a VUCA world at the moment, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. It's a difficult time for companies to be functioning at the moment. And the focus is no longer only on the creation of value for shareholders. There is a very real understanding and increased reckoning on the critical importance of taking environmental, social, and governance factors into account and ensuring that we find a more sustainable way to do business so that we can do so without exceeding our planetary boundaries, such that we can continue to inhabit the earth and to continue business and life as we know it. So what I'm going to do is take you through, as I said, a couple of the principles underlying this, and then also talk about why ESG is relevant to you and to your businesses. So again, if we look at the World Economic Forum, the Global Risk Report of 2022, and this is a report that looks globally at what leaders consider the greatest risks facing us as the human race, you'll see there that climate action failure is the top risk, and environmental related risks are in the top 3. Over the next 5 years, there's a lot of emphasis on societal and environmental risks. They are what is keeping all of us awake at night. And over 10 years, by far the main risk is the health of the planet. So because these are the most critical long-term threats facing us at the moment, there is a lot of global mobilization to work together to address these risks. But because there is so much mobilization and such rapid change happening, there is also a lot of divergence. So there are a lot of groups trying to document, make legislative change, drive frameworks, drive principles, have accounting standards, have disclosure requirements, and every group is pushing in a different direction. We need to try to come to a convergent position so that we can work together in a multilateral way to tackle what is very much a global problem, albeit that there are regional and local circumstances that differ. This is very much a global problem which needs a global solution. So just to give some background to that, to the global solution and what the global solution is, the Paris Agreement, which essentially is trying to coordinate, the intention of the Paris Agreement is to coordinate this global action, bring us all together so that we're all working towards the same goal. And this treaty, adopted at COP21 in 2015, came into force in 2016. And essentially it set our temperature goal, which is globally what we are hoping to achieve. And that is to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees and preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels, because that is what is going to be necessary in order to maintain a habitable planet and in order for us to carry on with our respective businesses. There was a report recently that said that to the extent that we get to 4 degrees of global warming, agriculture as we know it is no longer possible. Insurance companies will no longer be able to insure risks because the climate changes will be so erratic and the risks will be so great. And banks will not be able to bank projects because, of course, the risk will just be too high environmentally. So the world needs to work together, and at least has committed to do so under the Paris Agreement, to reach this temperature goal. But in order to reach this temperature goal and to work together, we of course need economic and social transformation across all nations in the world. And every nation or country has a part to play in this process. So in 2020, all signatories put up or committed to nationally determined contributions, which is each country's commitment to reduce its own GHG emissions. And of course, if everybody reduces their GHG emissions, then globally we will see a reduction in GHG emissions, which is necessary to hold us to this temperature goal. So that is the aim. We're aiming for 45% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050. In Africa, we've had a good take-up of the Paris Agreement. We've had all 54 African countries signing it, and we've had 44 countries actually submitting and committing to these nationally determined contributions to reduce their own GHG emissions. And what that means for us as corporates within a country which has made an NDC commitment is that, of course, at a national level, there needs to be policies and programs to reduce GHG emissions. And the greatest of that, or the most obvious of that, of course, is the just transition away from fossil fuel-based power to cleaner or renewable energy power sources. But within each corporate operating in the country, there similarly needs to be a reduction in GHG emissions. And each corporate needs to think about how it can make its own operations more sustainable. Of course, this all takes a lot of money, and part of the Paris Agreement, part of the commitment of the Paris Agreement is to fund and to mobilize resources to allow African countries to actually reach the NDCs that they have committed to. So there is a lot of funding internationally that is being mobilized to help Africa as a developing continent to reach the NDCs. And we'll talk a bit more about that funding and other purpose-led funding, because it is, of course, relevant to the businesses within those countries as well. So again, let's just make sure we all know what we're talking about. So I've just put some key phrases up for you on the screen, because again, in this space, it's quite important to be specific and to know exactly what we're talking about. And certainly when we start looking at, and we'll talk about it a bit later in the presentation, supply chains and looking at the GHG emissions, it becomes important to talk about to understand at least that we get scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 GHG emissions. And if a company is measuring its GHG emissions, it's important to know whether you're measuring scope 1, 2, and 3, or only scope 1 and 2. If we start measuring scope 3 GHG emissions, or a company starts attempting to do that, it obviously requires the company to look at its supply chain. And that's, of course, what is very important for any company producing goods or services as part of a greater supply chain. Because if the business that ultimately acquires your products or your services is measuring its GHG emissions on a scope 1, 2, and 3 basis, then it will look to you to be able to quantify your own GHG emissions so that it can do the calculations that it needs to do. So it's quite important to understand those 3 levels, to understand what GHG emissions are, and to understand in the context of your own specific business, where your GHG emissions come from, and essentially how you can reduce them if possible. Then, as I said, the Paris Agreement, we're all working towards a net zero goal by 2050, and that's the reference to net zero essentially means that the GHG emissions that are produced by either a country or a company must be balanced by GHG being taken out of the atmosphere. And that could be through a carbon sequestering project or through a carbon sink. So let's look at Africa quickly in context, just to orientate ourselves and to understand what this means for us as a continent. Because whilst Africa houses or is home to 7% of the current global population, it is only responsible historically for 3% of the cumulative worldwide CO2 emissions. And that essentially is the great climate injustice, is that Africa as a continent, and also in fact the developing world, is not responsible for all of the GHG emissions that have been emitted over time. And that essentially have been emitted by the developed world, which has a more developed economy and has had so for a longer period of time, more industrialization. But yet Africa is the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change and the extreme weather events that are going to occur as a result of climate change. And besides the vulnerability to those climate events, because of the fragile socioeconomic position of the continent, the effects just worsen the already bad inequality and and extreme poverty suffered by the continent. So because of this, the other underpin of the Paris Agreement is that the developed nations must fund and assist developing nations with the necessary adaptation and mitigation steps that they need to take to prepare for these effects of climate change, and then of course also to mitigate through projects to reduce GHG emissions, the effects of climate change in the long run. So that is where the funding comes in, and the financial commitment to actually, from the developed world, in assisting the developing world to prepare and mitigate, and in that way to, in some ways, ameliorate climate injustice. So just to give the South African context then, we in South Africa are quite a bad emitter, and we contribute 1.06% share of the global GHG emissions. So you can see that compared to the emissions of Africa, South Africa being such a fossil fuel dependent country is quite a large emitter and responsible for a lot of those emissions, and also quite high on the vulnerability ranking, meaning that we, as I said, are vulnerable to climate change and to the effects of climate change. Okay, there we go. So COP27 is about to occur in Egypt in the coming days, and I actually just received the letter was just published earlier today or yesterday, talking about what COP27 is hoping to achieve. And then I've added the slide here because it obviously ties up to the Paris Agreement that we've been talking to. And you can read the quote for yourself, but essentially the point is that where we are at the moment with cascading risks and overlapping crises, the global commitment to work together in a multilateral way is under pressure, given that different nations are facing different geopolitical situations, and already there are crises in different parts of the world that need attention by the specific governments. And there is, of course, the effects of the pandemic that we're all still trying to recover from. But yet, even so, we cannot get away from the ever-present climate crisis and the adverse conditions that we are already all suffering due to climate change. And so because of that, it becomes imperative to take rapid action to make business more sustainable and to reduce GHG emissions. And I put that slide up really just as a precursor for our discussion as to what this means for businesses and what this means in terms of producers of goods or services, why it is that one needs to take this into account in looking at a more sustainable way to do business. And perhaps just to make it graphic, some people prefer graphics. These are graphics produced by Ed Hawkins, a climatologist, just mapping and showing the way that the world has been heating over time, and also demonstrating by way of a pie chart the carbon budget and how much of it we've used and how urgent it is that we ameliorate our effect on the planet by reducing our GHG emissions. So what does it mean? I keep talking about reducing our GHG emissions. What does that mean for a country or for a corporate existing inside that country? We've spoken about adaptation. That's essentially steps taken or projects undertaken, changes made to ensure resilience, to prepare for the climate events that we know are going to occur. And that's why it's important for a board of any company to take environmental, social, and governance factors into account and to prepare for them, because only once you've looked at the environmental factors that are a risk for your business can you be sure that you have strengthened your business, made your business resilient to those those environmental risks, or to the social risks or the governance risks. All of them are critical in the inquiry, and they will drive the adaptation that the particular business needs to make in order to be able to manage and prepare for those risks. Mitigation risks or mitigation measures, are different. So mitigation measures are ones that you could take within a business to reduce your GHG emissions and to contribute to these efforts to keep the global temperature to the temperature goals set out in the Paris Agreement. And that might mean in a particular business considering the source of energy or it might mean considering the way that waste is dealt with in a business. It might also mean considering whether there's a more sustainable way of completing a process within the business than had been done previously. If there's a way of eradicating single-use plastic, for example. And so these adaptation and mitigation measures, which must be taken at a company level if the company is to really grapple with becoming a more sustainable business, but must also be undertaken at a country level in accordance with the Paris Agreement. It is these measures that require funding. So whether it is funding to a country to be able to take these steps, or it is funding to a business to enable a business to take these steps, funding is necessary in both instances. When we look at it at the country level, as I said, the Paris Agreement essentially sets the goals or the global ambition, but it also sets the global commitment of the developed nations to really fund the developing nations. And you'll see there again, I've just added another quote. Informally, they're calling COP27, which, as I said, is coming up, the implementation COP, because the intention is to really take stock of where the global project is and where different countries need to do more to ensure that we reach the temperature goal and that the commitments, or the grand bargain, as the president has called it, that is honored. So this graph essentially demonstrates, I think quite nicely, the change over time and the real effects of climate change. And I think obviously this tracks different things. It tracks carbon dioxide increasing, ocean warming, sea level rising, and the temperature increasing. This shows you how it has been gradual, but it is picking up as we've got into the 2010, 2020, you'll see the increase in the effects. And we're also seeing that, we can see that in our day-to-day lives. We obviously had the recent flooding in KZN as an example of a climatic event that has caused loss to business and people, and which was unforeseen in the sense that it was not, it's not normal in terms of the climate. So that is the type of event that a business would need to plan for more and more as we start suffering the effects of climate change. So that's the background, essentially just to give some substance to our discussion. But what does this mean for a company or for a business? What needs to be done, and where does one start? And I'd like to just spend a bit of time here unpacking these different concepts. So as I've said, there's a growing necessity for boards to have more knowledge and understanding of the effects of their respective company and industry relative to ESG standards. Now, standards is a difficult one because there are currently several standards against which a company may measure itself, and there is no coherence on those standards. But what generally is a recommended approach is to pick a set of standards that's most closely aligned with your particular business in the particular sector, and to use that as a basis to start this analysis of truly understanding what the baseline of the business is. So understanding where the energy sources come from for the business, understanding the processes of the business and where those could be made more efficient, and considering what the potential effects are on the business of this changing and volatile world in which you are operating, but also understanding the societal impact of the business on the community in which the business operates. And that quote there from Larry Fink, the sort of famous BlackRock comment towards CEOs, is that it's not enough to do essentially market analysis to understand where the target market is for your business, but you must understand the societal impact of your business and really grapple with that at the board level, in order to set an appropriate strategy for the business going forward to ensure this long-term sustainability for the business, whether it is weathering, excuse the pun, risks that the business may face in the future, or looking for opportunities for the business. So once you have that true substantive analysis done at the board level, that strategy set, policies put in place, it is then possible to use the environmental, social, and governance factors as a risk management tool. Because once you've really analyzed what the impact could be on the business, it's of course possible to put in risk mitigation strategies and to seek adaptation options to make the business more resilient. So in that sense, it is a risk management tool, and money spent at the board level in trying to grapple with these issues and understand these issues and engage with these issues. Money spent on consultants helping the business to unpack these issues and really undertake that analysis will be money well spent in terms of long-term risk management. If that's not enough of an incentive to undertake this work, the other side, I guess, of the risk management is if a business doesn't grapple with its own position, its own societal impact and its own vulnerabilities to environmental, social, and governance factors, and doesn't put policies in place to ensure that it operates in a sustainable way and in a way that has a net positive impact on both people and planet, as well as still generating profit for the shareholders, then the business faces a potential loss of customers or a potential loss of resources. So if we just look at the customers, I mean, all of the studies that have been done show that customers are more and more basing their purchasing decisions on sustainability and whether the particular product that they buy has been generated in a way that has taken cognizance of environmental and social factors and has been done in a governance appropriate way. So there is a growing trend of moving away from so-called dirty industries or dirty products that are not able to demonstrate that they have undertaken this inquiry. So there's a real business case to be made for ensuring that the business is such that there's no risk of customer loss. A loss of resources, again, this is relevant in terms of people resources or talent resources, and also relevant in terms of supply contracts, because if a particular business is not cognizant of its own environmental, social, and governance factors and hasn't done the work ensuring that it is a sustainable business or that it's not doing harm to people or planet, then it may no longer be able to remain in its current place in the supply chain, and it may not be able to access the resources that it needs for its own business. Then the cost implications. So of course, all of this does cost money and there will be a short-term outlay. But again, the studies that have been done to date show that short-term cost equals to a long-term increase in profitability. And McKinsey, for example, has done studies on companies that are very much compliant with ESG metrics or ESG factors, having done this work and done these considerations, comparing them to so-called laggards or companies that have not done it or who are not compliant with environmental, social, and governance standards that have been set. And when you compare the laggards to the companies that are compliant, they are more profitable in the long run. So the short-term cost certainly does have a long-term gain. There's also a productivity uplift in some of the studies. So workforces are more productive. Of course, if you're looking for sustainability in the way that the business operates, there's potentially an efficiency, a way of doing it better, and that leads to a productivity uplift. And then, of course, there's the elusive green premium. So perhaps less so in South Africa, but more so in Europe, the studies of consumers and consumer choices in Europe are showing that more than 60% of consumers in Europe are already prepared to pay a premium for a product that has been sustainably produced or that is verifiably green. So they are prepared to pay more to the extent that they can trust that that product is the product of a company that has taken environmental, social, and governance factors into account and has been produced in a sustainable way. So there is certainly a green premium to be enjoyed there for producers of those products. For example, in Japan recently, there's been a move to award there's had to be a move. One of the main retailers has changed its incentive loyalty program in store to award points, more points for buying green or sustainable products within the store. And that was done in order to address customer requirements and customer preferences that they have managed to survey out of their consumer population. And then access to capital. So I've spoken a bit about finance on a country level, or multilateral finance available to countries for adaptation and mitigation projects. But our financial institutions in South Africa are also focused on sustainable finance and sustainable lending. And so there is the potential for improved lending rates or greater access to capital for businesses that can demonstrate their commitment to ESG and their own sustainability. At the moment, that uplift or that improvement in the lending rate is not dramatic, but it certainly will, as time goes on and the industry develops and grows, it will become more and more economic to make use of sustainable finance or to access sustainable finance as opposed to normal lending. And there will be an incentive in that for companies that are green or that are sustainable. And then perhaps the most important for this audience is maintaining the competitive advantage. And as I've said, there is a lot of legislative development coming out of the European Union, and I'm sure you've heard of the EU Green Deal. And the EU Green Deal has a very real impact for us here in Africa, considering that all the trade partnerships we have with the EU, and for South African companies exporting products into the EU Green Deal is of huge importance. And that the purpose, the principles underlying the EU Green Deal are to ensure a more sustainable economy within Europe itself, and essentially using their ability as a trading partner to put pressure on other countries and businesses within those countries to undertake more sustainable practices, especially in respect of the products which they wish to sell in the European market. So things like the Farm to Fork initiative, which from an EU perspective looks at the way that food is produced, transported, distributed, and marketed within the EU, will have an impact on South African and other African businesses importing food substances into, or food products into the EU. There are going to be stricter regulations regarding labeling and packaging. There are going to be regulations relating to the use of pesticides and genetic technologies in the production of those food products. And what's also going to become increasingly relevant and required if one wishes to import into the EU is the information that's provided to consumers about the product that is imported. So all of this is a driver for businesses within South Africa to grapple with these issues and to ensure that they can provide that information and also that they can continue to access that market because their business is geared in a sustainable enough way and the processes that the business undertakes are compliant with these regulations coming out of the EU. So when we look at, for example, the Circular Economy Action Plan, again, part of the EU Green Deal, that will require businesses to make use of recycled packaging and textiles, and it will require suppliers, again, businesses importing into the EU, to be able to give detail around the sustainability aspects in the supply chain. So if there is a South African business supplying to another South African business, supplying to another South African business, which is supplying to a distributor, which is importing the product, or at least a piece of a product that has been created and then put together, importing that into the EU, there will need to be traceability and there will need to be pedigree or at least information around how each aspect of that product which is imported has been created or manufactured. So these policies, whilst not yet legislated in South Africa and coming, as I said, out of the EU, they certainly are going to impact the way that business is done, at least in respect of businesses that are seeking to access those EU markets. This is just an excerpt from, so South Africa is not So I'm talking about the legislative changes coming out of the EU, but certainly there have been legislative developments in South Africa too. We already have a green taxonomy, which seeks to help define what is green in respect of different sectors in South Africa. And we have a technical paper which was put out by our Treasury in respect of the financial services sector. We also have JSE disclosure guidelines around ESG factors. But what's interesting about this graphic, and I've just added it because it illustrates from a South African perspective what our Treasury has identified as the financial risks of climate change and the potential impact. And of course, this is looking at impact on the financial sector, so not on any of the other sectors in South Africa. But I think that the risks, and you'll see them there on the left-hand side, in the column on the left, the risks are the same. So the risk of disruptive technologies to established players in a particular sector, the risk of these changing regulations, particularly what we've just discussed coming out of the EU, the changing consumer preferences, the extreme weather events, we've talked about that briefly, changing climatic conditions and the impact that that will have. Increased insurance costs, as I've said, that comes with the climatic events that we are experiencing, and then the loss and damages liabilities arising from inadequate disclosure. All of those risks are also true for other businesses outside of the financial sector and need to be taken into account at the board level, as I've said. Sustainable finance, as I mentioned, it's an opportunity. We've spoken a lot about the risks, so I do want to focus a bit on the opportunities too. Sustainable finance is a way to access finance, in a sense, getting a benefit for or being able to access finance cheaper or more easily based on the sustainability of the business that's seeking the finance. And if there are two main types for sustainable financial products, can be broken down into two main types: purpose-driven capital and sustainability-linked instruments. Purpose-driven capital really seeks to direct the allocation of the funds. So if as a business, and once you've done that analysis of what changes or what adaptation measures or mitigation measures need to be taken in a business to ensure that it's more sustainable. If, for example, you came out and decided that you needed renewable energy sources to stop your dependency on coal or fossil-based electricity, and also to mitigate against the risk of load shedding and reliance upon Eskom. If you wanted to undertake a solar project to give your business the opportunity of another energy source, then that could potentially qualify for a green loan, or where the proceeds from that funding or that financing that you've raised are allocated towards the so-called green project, the implementation of a renewable energy project to provide electricity for the business. That's one way of accessing sustainable finance. Another way would be to negotiate a sustainability-linked instrument with your financier. That's essentially a facility. It could be a revolving credit facility or a term facility made available to the business for working capital purposes, so not for a specific green project that falls within the eligibility criteria, but rather just for general working capital purposes, but where as a corporate, the borrower will commit to sustainable performance targets that must be met and must be measured against KPIs. And to the extent that the borrower can meet those targets, there can be an interest rate reduction. So there can be a basis point reduction on the interest rate, which of course makes the funding cheaper and incentivizes the borrower to move towards a more sustainable business way of doing business. So that's just to highlight that as a potential opportunity whilst on the sustainability journey and trying to, in any event, future-proof the business. And then, as I said, and I am conscious that we're running out of time, there is an increasing risk of greenwashing. And I think for producers of products and services, one needs to be very alive to this, because with all the increased scrutiny on retailers, product providers, manufacturers, and also the financial services sector currently, because of the world focusing so intensely on ESG at the moment, there is a huge reputational risk of being caught out in a greenwashing scandal that would be where you are claiming that something is green or sustainable or fair trade, when in fact it is not. Or you may be making that claim not with evil intent, to put it bluntly, but rather just without the necessary due diligence to back up that claim. And that can also result in a greenwashing scandal and flowing from that reputational risk. In addition to the reputational risk, there is also the chance of true liability or actual liability. A fine could be imposed, or there could be claims for damages suffered by people having made decisions based on the labeling or the misrepresentation undertaken by the business. So greenwashing is something really to be guarded against, and the best way to guard against greenwashing is to truly engage with environmental, social, and governance factors in the business, and to ensure that from the directors down to each employee in the business, everybody understands that the ESG factors in respect of that business, the ones specific to that business, everyone understands what they are, everyone understands what the strategy is and what the policy is, and every step is taken with the ESG factors relevant to that business in mind. If that is done and the appropriate work has been done to due diligence any claim that has been made, and if no claim is made without the due diligence being done, then the risk of greenwashing will effectively be mitigated. So I've spoken about the mitigation of greenwashing and what a business can do. And certainly what a legislator or a policy setter, government can do to assist with this is to standardize the use of the word green. And I've mentioned already the South African SA Green Taxonomy, which has already been published in final form. It's based on the EU taxonomy, and it seeks to give guidance to businesses within different sectors as to what the baseline requirements are, and it allows a comparison to decide whether a particular project or an undertaking by a company within that sector would be compliant and could be considered green. So that standardization is quite important. It's important that we all use the same terms, because that level of transparency allows to mitigate against the risk of greenwashing, and it ensures that consumers and investors on the other side of the coin can proceed with confidence. The taxonomy, I think I've spoken about briefly, but just again to mention that there is unfortunately not yet convergence. There is a global effort at trying to get to convergence. At the moment, the different taxonomies that are out there don't necessarily speak to each other. And unfortunately, in addition to the taxonomies not speaking to each other, we have different frameworks and principles outlining what is considered an appropriate social green project, for example, which doesn't necessarily tie up with the taxonomy. So because of all the rapid change, there has been some divergence, and there is currently global efforts underway to reach convergence, which will help make this easier for business to implement once we all speak a common language. And I'm essentially going to leave it there. I think we've got to the end of the time for this session. I'll just leave it there with another Ed Hawkins quote. And thank you all very much for your attention and for joining us today. Sorry, I didn't get to have a look at the comments because we just ran out of time, but I will, I see there are one or two questions which I'll respond to separately outside of this forum, just to come back to you. And yes, enjoy the rest of the day. And I think the next presentation coming up at 4 o'clock will certainly be a very interesting one on IP and the metaverse, if I'm not mistaken. So enjoy that, everybody, and thank you very much.
lets me down at the lonely lake. Before summer has gone away, swim out under a broken sky. Cold sun colored with shades of white. Wave goodbye to last summer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much for all of you sticking around at this time of day to still listen to the interesting topic of IP in the metaverse. I really hope that you're going to find this interesting and that it's something slightly lighter perhaps to end off the day with. So what I'm hoping to go through today is actually a short introduction to the topic. I'm going to touch quickly on what is the metaverse. The metaverse is real. The metaverse in some SA companies, MTN and Ubuntu Land. Why the metaverse? Trademark protection for the metaverse, IP infringement in the metaverse, and then I'm going to come to a short conclusion with some points that are relevant to you. Now, I've kind of jumped straight into this. For those who don't know me, my name is Waldo Steyn. I'm in the intellectual property department in ENS, and I head our commercial intellectual property practice. And that practice extends to things like the metaverse, where parties are contracting with third parties to create this kind of immersive online presence. So by way of introduction, the idea of a metaverse really reached critical mass last year when Facebook announced its new company name, Meta, and its intention to, in its words, build a 3D place where people can work, play, and connect with others in an immersive online experience. But the truth is that metaverses have really been part of our lives actually for quite some time. Second Life, for example, is one of the oldest and most popular 3D virtual worlds, launched in 2003 already. It lets individuals represented by avatars carry out real-life activities in an immersive virtual world. So users have been creating and shopping and socializing and many other things in Second Life for actually almost 17 years now. So with Second Life, I looked at some case studies around this, and this is actually presented by Second Life. And it says that some of the leading international organizations actually use Second Life as a way for their employees to meet, to have conferences, and to collaborate. And interesting enough, Second Life is actually used quite often as a space for individuals to get together in, I don't want to use these words too often, but in a kind of immersive environment where they feel they are really in contact with other people to actually do training and for some educational purposes as well. But the message here is that as a virtual world and something that is really a metaverse, this isn't a new concept. It has been around for a while. And when I really started looking at this in some detail, I realized actually that the metaverse has been in my own home for quite some time. And I'm going to share that with you in a moment. But so what is it that we're talking about when we talk about the metaverse? It is a virtual reality characterized by a persistent virtual world that continue to exist even when you or your avatar isn't really present in that world. It's a digital environment that uses augmented reality or virtual reality and blockchain, along with concepts from social media, to create spaces for a rich user interaction or an environment for rich user interactions. And there is an attempt, in a sense, to mimic the real world. So if we think about the example of Second Life, people go there, they create avatars, they actually build homes, they fit out those homes, they buy clothing, they buy all kinds of accessories, and they create the content to be able to sell all of that to other people as well. Interesting enough, Goldman Sachs predict that the metaverse could present a business opportunity valued at about $8 trillion US. And that's significant. And if you weren't listening until now, then I hope that that got your attention. So coming back to our daily lives and how metaverses in a way has already become part of it. So I have two boys, they're 8 and 13, and they love playing Fortnite. And Fortnite is actually a metaverse. It's a virtual world that persists whether they are in it or not. They choose avatars, and they spend my real money in buying V-Bucks to buy things like new weapons, skin for weapons, skins, little dances, songs, sort of a whole range of things. But it's not only their participation in this metaverse that is of interest to us today, and the fact that they're spending real money in this environment. It is the fact that big companies such as Nike has, for example, already commercialized itself in that environment. So another metaverse like that is something called Roblox. Roblox is, and if you have children, maybe you've heard this before, it's another of these metaverses in which mainly our children, I think, but take part and can play various games with avatars. They play with their friends. So again, looking at my own home, my kids actually spend quite a bit of their time with respect to social interaction with friends in these environments. And they're able to buy things like Nike branded shoes, for example. That was both available in something like Fortnite and in Roblox. And in the Roblox metaverse, Nike actually built what you can see here on the right-hand side of this particular slide, a Nike showroom where you could go and look and experience virtually some of the Nike products. Now, Nike has actually been a leader in this field, and they've gone much further where in some metaverses, you can visit a Nike shop, you can look and experience some of their products, virtually experience some of their products. You can then buy it and it will actually be delivered to your home. So exchange of real currency in a virtual world to buy real goods, changing the shopping experience and the customer interaction completely. Here's another example of a well-known metaverse, and that's Decentraland. And Decentraland is a 3D virtual world where anyone can build digital structures such as these theme parks or art galleries, and then they charge visitors a fee to come and visit this actually. It runs on the Ethereum blockchain and allows users to buy these digital assets as NFTs, so non-fungible tokens, using the virtual platform's mana currency, basically. So quite often you will find with these virtual worlds, there is an associated currency. Ubuntu Land has got its own currency as well. We'll get to Ubuntu Land in a moment. And that actually translates to real money in the real world. So what we've seen over the last, I would say, sort of probably 6 months is that some South African companies and not small players have actually bought into the concept of these virtual worlds. They've realized that it's important for them, and we'll come again to sort of why it's so important, that these metaverses could actually be really important for them to reach customers that aren't localized necessarily, customers that they haven't been able to reach in traditional means sort of up until now perhaps, and perhaps a customer base that are sort of more, I don't want to say forward-looking, but at least at the forefront of adopting new technologies. So Ubuntu Land is described as a place for gamers, dreamers, brands, individuals, and more. It's a very new metaverse. It's got about 204,000 plots of land, so individual resident, sort of not real estate units available for sale. And the land is owned by community members, and it gives users a full control over what they want to create in those spaces. They actually issue title deeds and certificates of ownership when you purchase your property, and that is actually verified through a blockchain sort of kind of NFT as well. And just as a matter of interest for you, what you see here on the slide, this circle with the different sort of rings going out, that is the total of the current planned Ubuntu land universe. And what has been offered for sale is only the most inner one of these rings, and only a third of that is what's available at the moment. But you can think for yourself, 204,642 plots of virtual real estate available. That's on the one hand creating value from absolutely nothing, but it's also creating a space where we are seeing South African big companies saying, we need to be part of this. What I've done here is to highlight for you the inner sort of ring. So this is just a portion of one of those thirds, and you will immediately see two very well-known brands right up there already. And that's MTN and the Nedbank M that you will see there. So what we see is that both MTN and Nedbank has already invested in purchasing properties. And I'm going to actually sort of show you a little bit sort of how MTN, for example, is, in my view, taking a lead in exploring and engaging in this environment. So in this context, in February this year, MTN became the first African company to purchase land in Ubuntu land. And its vision was to create a dedicated environment for creating unique, immersive experiences for its customers. And what I thought was quite interesting is when you look at the narrative that we hear from the CEO of MTN about what they want to achieve with technology and Africa specifically, this was strategically perfectly aligned with what MTN's bigger vision is for itself in the coming years. And then in September this year, we actually saw that Nedbank bought a property in Ubuntu land as well. I haven't seen that much about exactly what Nedbank is setting out to achieve with this. But what is critical is that here we have a financial institution saying, I need to be able to reach customers in this African-specific metaverse. This is a different channel, a different way of reaching my people. So with respect to MTN and Ubuntu land, I'm taking these quotes from a release done by MTN itself, actually. And Bernice Samuels at MTN, an executive in group marketing, said the following. She said, the MTN group's presence in the African metaverse will be known as Alt-M. And that was the first thing that stood out for me. So not only have they taken this leap and said, we're going to be part of this new technology sort of to reach new customers in a different way, they've actually created a brand around this for them in this metaverse space as well. She continues and she says, Alt-M allows us to further support our ambition to lead digital platforms and support African innovation, and will over time feature live events, shopping, gaming, and learning. Okay, so clearly they have a strategy behind this as to what they hope and intend to achieve. The press release further sort of indicates that the analysis group estimates that the metaverse could contribute $40 billion to sub-Saharan Africa's GDP by 2031. So if I didn't get your attention with the earlier quote on what this could be worth, this is specifically focused on metaverses in sub-Saharan Africa. And we're talking about a figure here of $40 billion created in this new economy. Now, to take the theme of MTN and Ubuntu land further, the MTN group has actually announced that they will host Africa's first virtual concert on 30 November in Ubuntu land. And so here is a great example of how they're saying, we're going to do something different. We're going to host a virtual event, a concert that's linked to our property in Ubuntu land, and we want our customers to come and engage with us here. And remember, there are opportunities here for creating not only new customers, but exposing them also to products, services, to the brand itself. And these customers aren't necessarily limited to jurisdictions where they are operating at the moment. So this to me is an amazing example of how a commercial strategy to expand your footprint not only aligns with the overall strategy of the business, but very specifically speak to reaching these new customers through a new channel. So why the metaverse? And I've already touched on these themes or these points sort of so far. But to crystallize that better, the metaverse actually presents a new commercial channel to reach both existing and new customers. As I was preparing for this and thinking about my own children again and how they are engaging with Roblox and Fortnite and the Minecraft metaverse, for example, I realized that when as business people, we think, how are we going to keep people interested? We also need to think, what is the next platform going to be where I can reach my customers? We all know that traditional advertising isn't necessarily working the way it did in the past. But this, for me, my children, I can promise you, are likely to be key users of metaverse technologies in the future. And it's important for all of us from a business point of view to think, okay, how am I going to stay relevant to a new generation who are early adopters of new technologies that will much rather spend their money in an environment where they interact virtually with people than perhaps going down to a mall and sort of possibly engage with my customers there. Okay, so the next point, new commercial channel to sell existing, so real and virtual goods. So what are we seeing? We're seeing Nike going into a virtual world and selling, on the one hand, if we look at Fortnite and Roblox, for example, they're selling a virtual shoe and people pay real money for that. We see in Second Life people creating items of fashion, homeware items, a range of different items that they've created themselves, and they are able to commercialize in that environment. So what we're seeing is that there are a new opportunity for selling not only the real product. So I can go, for example, I'm expecting at some point into the Ubuntu universe, and I can engage with MTN there and buy services and products directly from the virtual world or in the virtual world. Or I can go into a virtual world like that and test virtually, for example, a new iPhone, hold it, see what it will look like and how it will function, go through the functionality, and then purchase the product in the real world to be delivered to my home. Okay, so new opportunities to reach higher numbers of possible interested persons. So at the moment, if I'm a shop down in a particular precinct, I am limited to the number of feet coming to that particular physical location. If I have a website, I may attract more customers, and I'm doing a whole range of things to attract more customers to that environment. If I have a presence in the metaverse, for example, or in a metaverse, for example, I am suddenly reaching a whole range of new customers. And I'm able to sell a whole range of both existing and virtual solutions to them. And that not only creates a new channel for those new customers, but it creates an opportunity to reach people that you would never have reached before. And then this new platform to provide services sort of can be used not only by our existing commercial entities, but some articles suggest that maybe in the future, we can even maybe visit some government services there. So imagine this. Imagine you can go to Ubuntu Land, go to an office for South African governmental services, whether it's a company's office or I can renew a passport, for example, and you can verify the chain, the identity, documents, things like that through blockchain. This is something that I'm hoping that at least some governments will adopt and where we may see some interesting developments, not necessarily in the next 5 to 10 years, but perhaps hopefully still in our lifetimes. So now bringing all of this back to the intellectual property context. Now, a lot of you may be involved in brands, you may have strong trademarks that you have protected. a portfolio of trademarks that you look after. And the important thing is that in around 2021, or this time of year more or less, Nike in the US started filing new trademark applications seeking protection for the Nike brand in respect of the sale of virtual goods. And they did this in not only class 9, which is your typical software kind of class for goods actually, but respect to retail services, class 35, and 41 in respect of entertainment services. So with the examples that I've given so far, obviously Nike was an early adopter of this technology, exploiting, or I don't want to use that in a negative way, but using metaverse technologies and the users of that to sell virtual goods. And it became important for them to extend the protection of their brand to this environment as well. What immediately must ring a bell for you is, have you protected or thought about the protection of your brand, your trademarks, in a virtual context? If you're selling a widget today, let's say a luxury watch, for example, have you thought about protecting your brand in respect of the sale of virtual goods in a metaverse as well? And that's a part of our strategic thinking about brand protection that has changed over time and suddenly come to the forefront with the sort of focus on metaverses and things like, for example, Ubuntu Land. So if you are advising MTN or a NetBank, for example, you definitely would be looking at the protection of those brands in this context. Right. So with respect to trademarks specifically, and I don't want to be too technical here, but the European Trademarks Office or Intellectual Property Office actually issued some guidelines recently saying, listen, if you are going to be extending trademarks to these new types of services and goods, there are certain ways in which you need to do it. So the message here for you is that when you, after this call, are very excited about the metaverse, and you think, okay, I'm going to speak to my trademark attorneys now, and actually what we want to do is look at protection for my brands in the context of the metaverse as well. They must take guidance from the European Intellectual Property Office as well, where they're saying, well, you can't just generally refer to virtual goods. Those goods must be related to something. So for example, downloadable virtual goods, namely virtual shoes, virtual clothing, virtual watches. So that's quite important. That specification must be crafted in the correct way. And that I am quite sure will either be adopted by South Africa or will find its way to adoption here. Now, every few years, a new edition of the classification system comes out. And what we do know now is that in the next edition, sort of these virtual goods will definitely be included in class 9 as well. So again, don't want to make this boring, but this is quite important for you to remember. So when you think about trademark protection in the metaverse, how do you need to think about this? So although much is written about classification, and I've touched on that in the specifications for protection of trademarks, one of the most difficult questions really is, where do you protect these trademarks? So traditionally for my shop in South Africa or my online business focusing on South African customers, I would have been looking at South Africa. But there are two key considerations that now come into play when you think about the protection of your brand in a virtual environment like this. And the first one may very well be, where is the operator of this metaverse actually incorporated in case I ever need to take action against the operator as well? So it might be that it's Cyprus, or it might be difficult to find out exactly in which jurisdiction a metaverse sort of provider actually is based. The key message here is that you can't just think local anymore when you think about protection of your brand in the metaverse. You've now got to layer an additional sort of consideration in the determination of that strategy. And then the second element is, where do you expect infringement to come from? Now, this is really difficult, and that's why I've got this old Monty Python sketch about the sort of no one expecting the Spanish Inquisition. We don't really know where infringement is going to come from. I mean, but that has always been part of a trademark protection strategy. Is you look at where you're active, you look at where you're going to go to or expand to next, and you look at where you are likely to encounter infringements of your brand from. That hasn't changed. Unfortunately, with the metaverse being such a truly international environment for people to come together, it is much more difficult to anticipate this. So when we think about IP infringement in the metaverse, there are two elements I want to think about. I want to think about my trademarks, and I want to think about copyright. And again, in preparing for this, reading articles and considering sort of how people are talking about this, there are people who suggest that copyright isn't relevant to the creation of works in the metaverse. And that's absolutely not true. So very importantly, both trademarks and copyright continue to be critically important forms of intellectual property in the metaverse context. And when you think about your activities, what you build in the metaverse, what you create there, what you share with customers, those critical two pillars of intellectual property will be as relevant as they are in your day-to-day business right now. So protection of trademarks remain critical, but it's also now linked to the question of jurisdiction, as I mentioned on the previous slide. From a litigation perspective, the two most important questions with respect to your trademarks may well be the appropriate forum to take action and the parties to take action against. And this may be much more difficult to determine in the context of the metaverse. I'm going to come back to this in a moment. So in contracting for virtual properties in these metaverses, such as in the case of Ubuntu Land, for example, what you need to think about is what are the contractual terms, what is the contractual framework that is created for your participation. So what is quite important is that there is still some uncertainty on the part of some metaverse providers, at least, as to exactly how all of these elements will come together. So when you decide tomorrow, for example, that, wait a minute, you want to buy real estate in Ubuntu Land as well, some of the key questions you do want to ask is, well, now that I've bought my property, and as I have the freedom to build a structure or create a presence there, do I own the copyright in the look and feel of my virtual presence that I create? What are the rules around that ownership? That's one. Two, what are the rules and what is the framework created by this metaverse for me to be able to actually call for infringers to be taken down or to be banned? That's very important. Those frameworks typically do exist, but it's important when your company decides, listen, we're going to start taking part in this. Next week, we're going to buy a real estate in Ubuntu Land. We're going to sort of be the next guys to do something special there. You have to understand the ownership concepts. You've got to go and protect your trademark. You've got to understand the safety net, that framework that's created for you to call for action by the metaverse provider. I thought it would be useful to share with you two cases related to online and these virtual infringements. And the first one is actually a case that plays out in the US, where Hermes is suing a company or an artist called Mason Rothschild. Now, what he did was he actually created these virtual Birkin bags, which are really well-known Hermes bags. And he then sold NFTs, so effectively basically a token that's associated with each one of these individual digital artworks. So just to be abundantly clear, these things don't exist in the real world. It's literally just a digital image that you buy. And you won't believe it, but he sold some of them for thousands of euros actually. So Hermes then actually took action against him in the US. Now, if we think about jurisdiction again, they were able to identify him as being in the US because he's a well-known artist. And he actually approached the court in New York to say, listen, you've got to throw this case out completely. It's an absolute nonsense. I didn't infringe a trademark. I didn't infringe their copyright. This is part of my freedom of expression. Now, that case was itself thrown out. So the substantive case is going ahead. And in the last, I think, 2 weeks, he filed an appeal. So that's an appeal against the decision not to throw out the case. That was rejected. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this case plays out. And what is interesting for me here, and my apologies if this seems slightly theoretical, is that he's talking here about an artistic freedom of expression when the very sale of these items are linked to these very specific, well-known Hermes bags, which in themselves are almost artworks. So to put that in a shorter sentence, he wouldn't have been able to charge or get thousands of dollars for a digital image if it wasn't that these were well known as bags created by Hermes. Now, why this case is interesting, I mean, you may think, but that's straightforward, Waldo. Why are we even considering this? One of the first cases in a virtual world was a case that was brought by a strip club in Las Vegas, I think it was, against Rockstar. Rockstar is a publisher of games. It published a well-known particular game. And in this game, this strip club actually appeared. And the trademark was there, the look and feel of the place, and sort of, maybe I should have chosen my words better, but the appearance of this particular establishment was the same in this particular game. And the court in the US said, but no, this is not trademark infringement. This is not copyright infringement, because this is a form of artistic expression, really. So whether the court was right or wrong in that particular case, you can kind of see where Rothschild is coming from in his argument that this case shouldn't even be heard in the US. And then I want to share sort of something else with you, which is a case by AM General LLC against Activision Blizzard. Activision Blizzard is a publisher of a series of games called Call of Duty. And there are a whole range of these games by now, and they're all war-based. It's a first-person war game. And what happened was that Activision Blizzard used a Humvee in its game. And here I've got a screen grab from the game to show you what I'm talking about. And AMG General actually instituted proceedings against Activision, saying, but this is an infringement of our trademark. And the court found in Activision's favor, explaining two things. It said, Activision's use of this Humvee in Call of Duty have artistic relevance. It's saying this is more an artistic thing. Remember, these games are not being sold because there's a Humvee in them. It could have been any other vehicle, it still would have sold. And then secondly, featuring actual vehicles used by military operations around the world in video games about simulated modern warfare solely evokes a sense of realism and lifelikeness. So this case was found in favor of Activision. And I just wanted to share this with you so that you can see that trademark and copyright disputes in this environment is a very real thing. It's taking place all the time. So coming to a conclusion then on this subject, with respect to copyright in a metaverse environment, the first thing that you've got to, or the point of departure must be that the same rules apply whether in your business today or whether you venture into a virtual world, a metaverse. The very important thing there is that you need to carefully understand and make an effort to look at what rules apply to your creation of works in that environment, and what rules apply, so remember that will speak to ownership, and what rules apply created by that environment for you to enforce those rights. Then with respect to trademarks, you have to consider the classification quite carefully and the specifications. So all of you immediately must be thinking, oh, wait a minute, I've got to look at new protection for my trademarks in classes 9, possibly 35. Am I going to do some entertainment services possibly as well? Yes, possibly. And how to articulate those specifications. something that you wouldn't necessarily have been doing in the same way is thinking about venturing into this space. You've got to think, okay, jurisdiction-wise, where am I looking for protection? If I'm going to go with Ubuntu land, and let's say for argument's sake, they are established in Cyprus, should that be a jurisdiction that I should be thinking about for the protection of my trademarks? You have to consider infringement from a copyright and from a trademark point of view and think, okay, wait a minute. So this is, if I think about Ubuntu land, for example, a African-focused virtual space. This metaverse sort of may have people from Africa more interested in it. So I wouldn't necessarily have considered trademark protection in country A, B, or C, but now I'm going to add that. Or I think we see a lot of this type of infringement coming from the US. Is there a possibility that I can look at registration there? And then when you do that, of course, there are different considerations that come into play, such as if you don't use a trademark in a certain jurisdiction for long enough, it becomes vulnerable to expungement. So you've got to put some kind of strategy behind that, how you renew trademarks, for example. And it may be that in some places you can't actually file trademark protection unless there's actual use or proof of use after some time, and the US is a jurisdiction like that. So when considering any advice, whether protection, enforcement, or commercial, with respect to the metaverse, you've got to remember the following. You must understand the mechanics of the subject matter. How does it actually work? So, and why I'm making this point is doing works on NFTs, for example, and the sale of artworks through the use of non-fungible tokens, I realized that very few people understand technically how this actually works. And the same thing applies to the metaverse and these kind of virtual environments. So when you get a purchase contract or the terms and conditions of a company or of a provider like this, it is critically important that you really diligently work through that. You've got to look at those contracts, the terms and conditions, the protection mechanisms, the takedown mechanisms, all of that, so that you understand all of that to be able to advise the business on what the appropriate landscape is for you to enter. One of the things I've become really critically aware of over the last few months is that you really shouldn't assume that anyone knows what they're doing. And that sounds like a grim thing to come from a lawyer, but this is an area that is quite technical. It overlays contractual terms with a required heavy understanding of intellectual property. It brings in the complexities of litigation across jurisdictions, which you may not necessarily immediately think about when you look at engaging with an Ubuntu land or another metaverse provider. Now, you may not necessarily have the ability to contract for different terms. And in many cases, that may be highly unlikely. But the truth here is that you can only advise the business and make an informed decision and set up the required strategies to mitigate risk to the business if you fully understand that entire contractual landscape created. And what all of this ultimately means is you've got to think laterally, not only about how you are going to remain relevant to your customers going forward, how you can provide new services and goods to customers in a completely different way, but also how you think about the legal principles that would apply to that environment when you think about engaging in it. So that's quite a mouthful. I'm hoping that there may be one or two questions still. If there are, you can share them in the Q&A if you haven't done so already. I don't think there are any questions at this stage, but from my side, thank you very much, everyone, for remaining on, and I hope that was a little bit interesting to you, at least at the end of such a long day. Thank you.
Waldo, thank you so much. I, for one, never anticipated that I would be learning about IP in a virtual universe, but that was fascinating, and I suspect more to come, right, on these topics in future. So very, very, very brief thank you from me. I'm Jocelyn Katz from the Competition Department here at ENSafrica. We, together with the CGCSA, have been doing this roundup of interesting topics for, I think, going on 10 years now. The challenge is always to find the specific topics, and by that I mean narrow it down to a few topics, because there's always so much going on. So I hope you enjoyed today's selection. We always look for interesting and topical things to bring to you in this session. We look forward to hearing from you and your feedback. You would have seen the polls on the screen at the end of each session. Please do give us your feedback. It remains for me to thank all of the speakers for giving up their time today and to bring all of these interesting ideas to you. Thank you to NAO and the CGCSA for always partnering with us in this endeavor. And then, of course, to all of you for participating in today's event. I know it has been an extraordinarily long day, and I thank you all for your attention and attendance, and we look forward to doing this again with you next year. So have a good evening, and thanks very much for joining us. Bye from me.